Yeah.
Hi, everybody.
Hey,
How we doing tonight?
about to strangle a certain specialist.
You and me
I
both.
don't know. I don't think it's I don't know if we can strangle a penguin. I think they're protected.
I don't know, Julie. You sound very far away.
Yeah,
Make,
How's
make
that?
sure you're make sure your
that's better.
dials all the way up.
I don't ever touch that. That's why.
Yes, but the kitty cat rubs up against it. Now you sound. Go the other way. No, now we can't hear you at all. Go the other way.
No.
Hey, now you're louder.
Okay. I was like, that's probably been why my fucking mic keeps cutting out. I didn't ever
I,
think about the fact that the cat messes with that. Yeah, got nothing.
and as we talk, we go up, 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 up.
There we go.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. You know it's not a Saturday night with me at the helm without some kind of scuff. Yay. So we're gonna have a split VOD tonight on Twitch. However, it does appear that YouTube is running all the way through. So 11 submissions. Y'all are awesome. What's our end count, Jules? For words.
Our end count for tonight is 19,164 words. Not quite where I was hoping we would be, but
Life be lifing.
life be lifing, and I hold myself to the same standards. So quite literally for us, it's like I didn't get very many words in this month either. But at least I did the thing like a lot of us, and we at least got something in. So but we are just under. Hold on one second. Monthly status. Uh, we are just over 69,000 words from the half a million.
We still got another week.
Hell
We can
yeah.
catch up. We'll keep
We
because
can.
our calculations are based on last year's average of 8 submissions a week. We had an average of
Yes.
8.5 submissions each week, and so we calculated how much people would need how many words 8 people would need to submit each week. That's kind of how we came up with the 2,500. Uh, and so when we've got more than 8 people submitting, yeah, stream reports. It's fine. All right. So Julie, you want to cover our normal welcome? We've already had
Hold on one
the
second.
AI be gone screen. We've had our trigger warning screen.
I forgot to update the what week we were on for our spreadsheet. So I'm like, hold on a second, I gotta update that. So what am I doing?
Introducing.
Oh
Oh
yes,
my god. I need a cigarette. Lord almighty.
I've been broken. I am your host, Julie Fisher, author of Destined for More, Four Queens for Four Kings series, and a couple of other things. Welcome to our lair. Uh, of course, everybody knows my co-host. Izzy Kraus, soon to be published. Whether I gotta get her kicking and screaming to do that. And then right below me, I think she's below me. Nope, she's below Izzy. You have Miss Kesh Butler, our other designated reader. Uh, and all around baddie in her own right. Got a bunch of stuff fixing to be in the works for her. Along with appearing with me in just a short amount of time at Indian Indie. So you got anything going on the weekend of August 8th? I know it seems like a far enough time out, but it will be here before we sneeze. Uh Consider coming and seeing us. Me, Kesh, Izzy will all be there. I will be signing books. So come buy in person, support authors, support indie authors especially. And if you come, they're doing this $5 buy-in for either uh a charm bracelet or a bookmark, and most of the authors that are participating and vendors have charms in which you go around, complete a task, do the thing. So this is where we're at. Um, and I've got a really cool charm that when you look at it, it will scream, "That is Julie." Um, it's a wrench. Let's be honest, it's a wrench. It is the world's smallest wrench, but you will remember certain things when you see that wrench. Um, Otherwise, we do have an amazing show ahead of us tonight. Hold on a second. I'm trying to get muted on the other screen. Um, Also, a little bit of housekeeping. Am I still coming in low? Can you hear me now? Is that coming in any better? That's coming in better. Okay, I just moved the mic closer to my face. Uh, okay. So I was just trying to keep it out of camera spot. So it's like because it's up so high, all you catch is the bottom of it, and I'm like, it looks weird. Uh, Also, we don't know how it started. We don't, but we would like to address one thing in particular, and that is picking your reader. Now, if you do want a particular person and they are part of our panel, which means they are Izzy, Cash, myself, occasionally we can get Shar up here to do it, uh, Sticks, uh, our main peeps. And you want them, we will try to accommodate. But there is no guarantee of who you will get right or get to read it. And there is also no guarantee in which Izzy will have a good air day so she can read it in case she is having the breathing problems. So in the process, while we will take that into advisement, do know that whoever you end up landing on is who you end up landing on. That is just one of those things. And we try not to put anybody into an uncomfortable situation about being in the box or reading out or anything like that. So just keep that in mind as you're submitting. Also, your front line of your submissions should read your author name or which name you would like presented to the general public on these shows. And then directly after that, your word count. Then, if you would like to proceed with the title of your submission, the title of the submission does not need to be in the subject line. The only thing that needs to be in the subject line is your name and your word count. So that way, when Izzy runs through, like on today and other times where she's had to run through and for me because I'm busy. Uh, because again, life be life, and I don't always get to my submission before Saturday morning. I'm gonna try to do better, but there is no guarantees at this point. Uh, Otherwise, I hope you guys are ready for an
Uh-oh. We froze.
to get up in here, and we certainly don't know exactly how particular. It's Saturday night, and we're fixing to have a hell of a show. Kesh, do you have anything going on? Yeah, what Izzy said. Which is if you want to add your title that you or that your set folder is easier to locate. Yeah, absolutely. Um, am I R2D2ing?
You did there for a moment.
Oh, am I still doing it?
Not now.
It's probably because I keep getting this CPU. I got to figure out how to not pull so much on my CPU, but it's all a matter of time.
Okie dokie. Kish, anything from your neck of the woods? Now I can't hear her.
You're muted. You're muted. It shows a little mute.
Because I coughed, I muted myself, so and forgot to turn it back on. So life be lifing and work be working, and that's about it right now. Um, yeah, editing. I really despise editing, but that's okay because it's getting done.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to going back through once I have the bulk of mine together. Nope, not looking forward to it. All right. Also in the Izzy breathing department, I am on an additional med now that I am supposed to take in the morning, in the evening, uh, along with a new rescue inhaler that is actually me going back to my original rescue inhaler. So we shall see how that helps. But we
I
are
hope it does.
gearing up for July and August, which here in Indiana, especially our neck of the woods, is notoriously humid and humidity out the wazoo. And I notoriously have issues breathing ever since I was diagnosed. So we'll see where that goes. So on to the spinny.
For
Please hold.
everything, turn, turn, turn.
There we go.
For
Now,
every
yes, it does
season
only have Izzy on there.
turned.
That's okay. We are going to refresh. Oh, come on. Save. Refresh. Why are you not refreshing?
Yes, free
There we
bronchodilators
go.
for sneezing and wheezing season. Yes.
Yes, I filled it in, Bitzer. I was staring at it on that screen, but that screen kept having not what we wanted. All right. Here we go. First victim. I mean, up to the podium. is distracting. And we are back to another day in the life of a demonic houseworker. The voice of Heidi echoed in Griselda's mind. This isn't just about you, but what's best for all of us. A woman whom she loved once upon a time. As she looked at the newly cleaned house, the memories came flowing. I feel you will find a person who can endure your sleepwalks. I am sorry, but I just can't deal with all of that. Griselda shook her head as she was trying to avoid thinking about that lost relationship. Her house was spotless. The demon had done his job and done it spectacularly. And he is adorable, Griselda thought, and she felt grateful for her obsidian mask. She didn't know how she could live with herself if he saw her actual face blushing. She returned to look at the house again. Like always, it was a beautiful tomb of her last relationship. Griselda tried to find that significant other in her life, although she wasn't obsessed with it. That said, it would have been nice to find a person who would stay at her side, even with her tendency to cause involuntary storms while sleepwalking. The worst part is that I don't get why it happens. Griselda thought her family had checked if she had been cursed, had neurological issues, nor interrupted sleep, but they found nothing was off. No one had cursed her, and she slept plenty. At least she thought she did. The only other answer is that this was stress triggered by her parents' high expectations. What kind of stress makes you sleepwalk? What the hell? Griselda thought as she appreciated a metal statue that was a gift from her ex girlfriend. It was made with Greek design in order to commemorate both her country of origin and their now dead relationship. Something triggered inside Griselda as she inspected the gift. She heard Heidi's sweet voice whispering in her ear, and her laugh, and the warmth, and the pain of parting, and the cold days, and the lingering wounds, and loneliness taking the shape of a dark inkwell dragging her to its depths, and the brief sound of storm lingering in her mind, and in her ears growing louder and louder and louder and louder. Griselda abruptly shut it up. She hissed and tore her sight from the statue. Why the hell don't those memories leave me alone? Griselda complained. She was always frustrated by this intrusive, unwelcome thought she desired not to think of, yet her brain couldn't be turned off, which only heightened the anxiety she felt. Griselda strolled back towards the outside of her house, towards the garden, green and calm, trying to find some peace. The rays of the sun touched her violet hair, but couldn't reach her face, hidden behind the obsidian mask. She still felt the warmth. After all, masks were made as if they were a Gorgon's second face. Eventually, the memories faded away as she looked at the garden, reflecting on the day she called that janitor. That guy was funny to talk to, Griselda said, a smile forming in her eyes as she remembered. That day he came was especially embarrassing. She woke up to a slightly flooded house. She called someone to help her, and he came to clean it. He did so with no complaint. He also made it fun. He made jokes that made her laugh for the first time in a long time. Unknowingly, Andy uplifted her mood, which was odd given he was a fallen. It is a good thing we don't live in 1690, Griselda thought. Some people would not only have taken objection to that, but they would have also burned or tortured the innocent because of it. It's nice that we live in a better place. Still a bitch to deal with some issues, mainly heartache, loneliness, and psychological messes. Griselda continued staring out at her garden, thinking back on the owl demon. He made her feel happy, and he was cute, although Griselda couldn't help but feel he looked like a cat with feathers, which made her chuckle. I hope to see him again, Griselda said aloud as she looked at one of Heidi's flowers in the garden she made for herself. However, this time it didn't make her feel distressed, but warm. It's funny. Thinking about Andy dulls the pain of not seeing you again. Griselda didn't know what to think about that feeling she was familiar with. She was afraid to burn, but every time she thought of Andy, she couldn't help but feel better. Perhaps she would give that feeling a chance again. Instead of fearing rejection, she can embrace it cautiously, looking forward to the future with her head held high. Dun dun dun. That was cute. That was cute.
That was adorable.
That's adorable.
Beauteous.
I honestly kind of narratively, that was really well done from,
Getting better.
yeah, he's definitely getting better.
And that's, of course, the issue that comes with multiple languages and
Yep.
English not being a first language. And Galler's come a long, long way just in the short time that he's been with us. So, yeah,
Yeah.
good job. Good job. Very good. All right, let's keep it rolling through. Oh, good. I get mine done and over with.
Are you reading your own?
Yeah, unless you want to.
I
I
mean, I
can
can. What do
I
you
can shut the
want?
hell up.
What do you want? No, what do you want? You want me to read it. Okay. Give me a second here. Let me look it up.
She wants to be able to stand back and watch my face. I know what Izzy wants.
Yeah. Yeah. And we're going to have to do it
You're
this
not
way.
that clever, pussycat.
All right. Donna stepped into the busy bee and caught the counter girl's gaze. The girl nodded in recognition and then tilted her head toward a tall, dark skinned man in a back booth. Donna zeroed in, taking his clean clothing, the paperwork strewn across the table in front of him, and his nearly empty coffee cup. She approached the register. Good morning, Natalie. Can I get a craft, a pot holder, and a mug, please? She pulled out her wallet. Behind the counter, Natalie snapped to attention. Of course, Miss Donna, but you know your money's no good here. She waved away the offered bills, turning to retrieve a freshly brewed craft. Before you go today, I have something for you from Mama. If you don't take it, you know she'll bring it out to you herself, so please don't argue. Just take it. She held the older woman's eyes longer than necessary. Please, Miss Donna. Donna smiled. Sure, sure. Your mama shouldn't be out and about driving. I'll stop by, I promise. She took the items and walked to the back booth. Some nearby patrons quickly gathered their things and left, stuffing donuts in mouths and quietly bussing their tables before leaving the bakery. Natalie locked the door and disappeared. Good morning, sir. How are you enjoying our little cafe? Donna moved the man's papers away, set down everything but the carafe, and then poured herself some coffee and refilled his. The man looked up, startled. Um, it's a delight. He glanced quickly at the mugs. May I help you, ma'am? She set the pot on the hot hand-woven pot holder and sat down uninvited. I believe we may be able to help each other, young man. He sat up straighter, leaning back into the booth seat. Is that so? Donna smiled. That's so. I'm Donna, by the way. And you are? He reflexively held out a hand. Detective Marshall WPD. Call me Jariah. You're a long way from Whitefish, son. She took a sip of her hot black coffee. No sugar, no creamer. He startled. Whitefish? No, Wilmington, Delaware. Donna smiled thinly. Good, he's honest, she thought. Oh, you're a really long way from home, aren't you, Detective Marshall? She drew out his name, emphasizing the rank. She set the mug down. And what brings you to Big Sky Country? Work or personal? He seemed to think for a moment. Donna didn't flinch. She waited. Finally, the big man sighed. I suppose it's a bit of both, Miss Donna. She caught his inflection on the word miss. He'd been listening carefully to his surroundings, so he isn't completely incompetent, city slicker. Interesting. Is that so? She drawled. That's so, he replied. Let's cut to the chase, Donna, if that's even your real name. Although I suspect it's not, despite everyone around you using it. Donna was surprised, but kept her expression neutral. He leaned forward. You're not here for polite conversation. You're not here as Three Forks Welcoming Committee either. He lowered his voice. But you are someone of significant influence in this town. His eyes never left her face. The moment you approached me, the other patrons scattered and left. The cashier locked the door, likely so we wouldn't be disturbed, and is now hiding out in the back, staying busy, but quiet, trying not to overhear anything. Donna took another sip, letting him spill his guts. I am here on business, but not in any official capacity, he continued. I've taken personal time to work on this. Your turn. What's your interest in me? Her mouth twitched. Down to business then. I like a man who cuts the bullshit. Understand me, Detective Marshall. As his narrowed eyes, she at at his narrowed eyes, she pivoted. Jariah, I mean no disrespect, but you're a stranger in my town, and I protect my people. What are you doing here? Marjorie Huntington. He replied so flatly, without any inflection. Who's that? She replied, her tone just as tame. I think you know. I don't know how you know, but I still think you know. He shuffled through some papers and pictures on the table between them, finally producing an image of a Delaware driver's license. Marjorie Huntington. He pushed it in front of her. She didn't look at it. Marjorie and her 3 children disappeared some time ago. Her husband Brian reported them missing 5 days later. I thought he might have done something to them. But you're here, trailing him? Jiraiya shook his head. No, trailing her. During the investigation, we found traffic cam footage of a woman matching her description, leaving the area in a car not registered to her or him. Long story short, we tracked it somewhere near here. He sat back. He sat back again, staring at Maggie's ID. I'm trying to get her before he does. To what end? Donna couldn't bring herself to trust him. Not yet. I need to convince her to testify against him. I'm sure he's hit her. His tone shifted then, hissing angry. Donna was hit with a moment of deja vu as Jariah's eyes narrowed and his brow furrowed. Something about his expression tugged at her memory. but he followed you. You tried to arrest him and handed him over to Manning. If this Marjorie is here, and I'm not saying she is, you brought danger right to her doorstep. She set the coffee mug down and refilled it. You say you're trying to help, but are you? Are you really helping or making things worse? He looked up at her, a Cheshire cat grin on his face. See, you do know her. I didn't say that. But you know Huntington's here, that I arrested him, and that incompetent sheriff didn't do anything. He ain't sheriff. He's just a deputy, although he puffs up like he's not. And if you know all that, you know her. I didn't say that. That's bullshit, and you know it. Let's pretend for a moment that I know this, Marjorie. This isn't about her. It's about what's best for all of us. You've brought danger to my town, detective. You ought to just leave and take the danger with you. You know I can't. As long as he's free, she's in danger. Let's be plain then. You're looking for this woman, this Marjorie. You say you want to protect her from her husband. You're the law and have been ineffective. You think that if she presses charges, she'll be safe. He nodded, but remained quiet. Do you know the statistics regarding that situation's actual success? She toyed with the handle on her mug. Not the exact statistics, but I know it's not great. What else can I do, though? If I don't try at all, nothing has a chance to get better. Cops are supposed to serve and protect, not enforce the status quo. That's a nice sentiment, but we both know it's not enough. Most go home when the paperwork's filed. Again, Jariah nodded, but remained silent. So why are you here? He shrugged. Someone has to. No. Jariah blinked at her. No. I asked why you're here. And I told you, his brow crinkled again. She swore beneath her breath, the familiarity tickling her memory. You told me why a detective would be here, but I ask why you are here. You're not just some random one. Why you? Why here? Why her? A sudden and subtle tenseness spread across his shoulders as he opened his mouth as if to say something. Donna let him stew for a moment before breaking the silence. What happens if you don't find her? She's another casualty of the system, another woman, more children, that I failed. Everything about him vibrated and deflated at the same time. His frustration was familiar. Not that of a detective chasing an elusive lead, but railing against a failing system. It twisted something in her chest, and a pang of regret wedged between her sternum. If you find her, you taking her back? She wrapped her fingers around the mug, grounding in its warmth. I have to. The crime, the residence, it's all back in Delaware. And if she refuses, if she doesn't trust anything you represent, her gaze lifted, locking with his, you're out of your jurisdiction. You can't really compel her, can you? Dun, dun, dun. We're being awfully quiet here.
Izzy.
Yes.
No, that's not stunned silence. I'm trying to figure out what I can get away with right now. Yeah, we got a 404.
Gotta love those 404s.
Thank you, Drizzt. I've been
Where
racking my brain all week going, "How do I? Where do I? What do I?" So, this was this afternoon's body of work. So, glad it's working.
you know what? You know what? I don't wanna hear a fucking thing when mine's right. I don't wanna hear a fucking thing.
Oh, Luna. Oh. And for a lot of you, it's been a hot minute. I know we've got an ad right now, but it has been a hot minute since I've written about Jiraiya, for this story. So a lot of you, this is your first meeting of him. So we'll,
I hope I read that in a good way for you.
oh God, that was great.
I'm trying. I'm trying to learn from the master or mistress.
I'm not hung up on gendered words. Either one
I know
works.
you're not. I know you're not.
That no, that was good. Like, even though you didn't do a more masculine voice for Jiraiya and or a little old lady voice for Donna, it was clear who was who and the subtleties in their conversation.
Yeah. I was like feeling it when I was saying his words, and it wasn't even intentional because my voice, I felt like my voice was starting to like click out like it does sometimes. And I was like, please don't.
All right, ad break ends in 20. So let me
Thank
get
you, Ace.
go save refresh. Bing, 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 bing. I'm gonna hear it later. Bing, 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 bing.
Yes, that is true,
Trisha!
Doc. I agree with that, Doc. Pardon me,
Yes.
by the way. Can't wait to see what Trisha does.
All right, here we go. I was working my first shift without my trainer right next to me at the cafe when I saw Peter walking. Hey, Peter, I said, walking up to him and wiping down the table directly next to. I'm doing good. How are you enjoying working at the cafe? He asked. I am really enjoying it, I answered. Cool, Peter said. Hey, have you thought about meeting with your uncle? Yeah, I'm free this afternoon, I answered. Okay, I will tell your uncle, he said. Are you going to be there? I asked nervously. Oh, yeah, we do not plan on letting you meet him alone, he said. I nodded. Okay, well, I need to get back to work. All right, I will call you with the place and time. Okay, I said. I went to take dirty dishes back to the kitchen. My shift went by rather quickly. I was kind of surprised. When I got home, Peter called to let me know that we were meeting at the pack house around 3 p.m. I quickly took a shower and made my way to the pack house. When I got there, I saw several cars there, not just Peter's. Looks like it's more than just Peter being here for me, I thought, getting out of my car. As I walked up to the building, he walked out to meet me. Hey, you made it, he said. Yeah, I just want to get some answers, I said. Peter led me to a large meeting room. My uncle sat at one of the tables with the troubled police officers behind him. I paused at the sight. The police brought him. He got arrested a couple days ago near your apartment, Peter said to me. I thought he was out on bail, I said. I guess he found out the hard way that he was really supposed to stay away from me. Peter chuckled. Yeah. Peter had set me across from my uncle. He sat on one side of me and the alpha sat on the other side. I felt safer with them there. I took a deep breath. Why did you want to meet with me? My uncle sighed. I need you to tell you that I am no demon, as your mother has said that I am. I laughed. It was not a funny kind of laugh. It was like a bark of disbelief. You are wrong. I watched his jaw clench. A demon would attack a member of their own families and then infect them with lycanthropy. I did not mean to do that, he argued. No, you were trying to kill me, I yelled. I didn't know it was you, he barked. What do you mean I look just like my mama did at my age? I didn't understand. He sighed. I am not as human as you. I have been in my wolf for much more and for longer each time I shift. He looked at me. He didn't have human eyes. They were wolf eyes. I am becoming more beast than man. I said, I stayed quiet for a moment before saying, you were told by Mama to kill me. She found me digging through a dumpster, looking for food, he said. She fed me a real meal and said she would keep feeding me if I scared you back to God. I did not realize I almost killed you until I shifted back a few days later. So you almost killed me for a fucking ham sandwich? I yelled and stood up out of my chair. Both the Alpha and Peter grabbed my arms and made me sit back down. Peter whispered in my ear, just listen to him. I looked at Peter. Listen to him. This isn't just about him attacking me. How many other people did he attack for fucking food? What about anyone else out there that he attacked? You said you wanted to answers. Let him give you answers, Peter said, trying to calm me down. Fine. I looked at my uncle. Please continue. Look, Allura, I did not mean to infect you with this shit. I did what your mother asked, but I am losing my humanity when I am in beast form. I have less and less control over what my beast does. My uncle pleaded with me to understand. So what? Am I supposed to forgive you because you did not mean to infect me with lycanthropy and turn me into the only other dire wolf I know of? I spat at him. Allura, I am so very sorry, and I will forever be sorry. I did not mean for this to happen, he pleaded. No, you just listened to Mama and tried to scare me back to God and inadvertently gave me something. Something I can never get rid of, and I will forever have to deal with that for the rest of my life, I yelled. Dun dun dun. Talk about freaking confrontations.
Trisha, you left us there in the middle of the argument. Couldn't you give
Has a
us
habit of
Why?
has a habit of
Couldn't finish
doing
the
that.
argument. Had her storm out of the room. Something.
So technically, by having Donna and Jiraiya end right in the middle of their conversation, I pulled a Trisha because Trisha does this to us all the time.
Yeah, you did. 100%. I'll have to read the book. She's good at leading us along to get us to
Yeah,
want to read her books.
Oh, by the way,
absolutely.
everybody, while
Yes.
we're still on the subject of Trisha, Love Bug's out.
Uh
Yes,
huh.
yes, I saw that.
Yep. 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 Love bug.
Was waiting to make sure I have everything paid for so I can buy it. Because I want to know what the hell Love Bug's up to. That damn little vampire kitty's so cute. So we're rolling who for the next victim. I mean, yeah, victim.
Ace!
Ace. Is that a me thing?
Yeah, she's got to go refill her cup. So you got to read.
Yep. All right. Okay, come on. You really like me yelling, don't you, Ace? Carter couldn't believe it. The new corporal from the south was the man of her dreams. Carter! Shouted John. I didn't just wake up this morning to hear your thoughts. Corporal Wilson is not your dream date. Stand aside and let the poor man in. Carter stepped aside to let him in, but her jaw dropped when he removed his cap and let his sleek black hair fall to his shoulders. Okay. John, I shouldn't have to remind you that this campaign isn't about you or our need to get the sun back from the mythical creatures. It is for the best of us all. Was Johnson able to return to the orb? No, barked John. And he's better to get his fat ass into gear quickly before we're all dead. Their leader, Bomb I Don't Give a Fudge, ordered us to present them with a peace offering before they return the sun. Now get me a peace offering before I store the root beer in the latrine again. Sir, Carter began, the way you put the root beer into the latrine toilets was inspiring. It really humbled the troops. Good, you paid attention. Officer material there, Carter. Dismissed. Carter saluted John and then saluted Wilson and said with a shaky voice, I've got some fresh MREs in a bottle to shut the front door that has aged over 150 years in my tent if you are hungry, sir. Corporal Wilson raked his hair before returning it tucked beneath his cap. He then took Carter's hand in his and kissed it. Carter! Barked John. Quite a bold move flirting with a corporal in front of your sergeant. Wilson, you're hereby ordered to dine with Private Carter. Dismissed again. Dun dun dun.
What the fuck?
That was all over the place.
I'm lost.
I think I am too.
I unfortunately missed the first part because I was off refilling. I didn't realize Kesh was going to start that quick. But I'm still stuck on aging 150 years in his tent. What?
Her tent. Or
Her
is it
tent.
his tent?
I don't.
I don't know.
I don't
I'm
know.
stuck on the fact that there was root beer in the latrine.
Their tent. Yeah, the root beer in the latrine kind of got. This is all over the place.
I don't want to know why or how or anything like that. Like,
Well,
I am so lost. I am so lost. I don't want to know answers to questions either. I'm just lost. Let me sit in my fucking lostness.
okay, but Ace, it wasn't in the tent for 150 years, but that's the way the words came out.
That's kind of that's how it looked.
Okay, prime example, right? Phrasing. right? Prepositional phrases matter and the order in which the prepositional phrases are put into a sentence. Now, had you said, "In my tent, I have a bottle of something or other that's been aged 150 years," then that says, "Okay, here's the location of this thing." But because it sounded like this thing has been aged 150 years in my tent.
How old's Carter?
Right, I'm like, "Are these immortals?"
Is this a vampire army? Like, I
Oh,
see that.
okay. But here's the thing, just because your characters say something as you're writing your thing out, because trust me, when I was writing it today, right, I was not expecting Jiraiya to just outright tell Donna that he saw everybody leave, the cashier lock the door, and then disappear into the back. I was like, "Dang it, Jiraiya, like, you weren't supposed to, like, come right out and say that, but I guess you did. Okay, great." But at the same time, there's nothing weirdly sequenced in what he said. So when they give you something that is weirdly sequenced, since they're your brain, it's your responsibility to make it make sense and make sure that it's clear to the reader. Because a tent is a temporary structure. Okay. Any whoozle. Who's up next?
Round and round we go. Where it stops, nobody knows.
Jeffrey Martell.
Ooh.
Okay, forewarning, dark adult fantasy story.
Okay, okay.
And there is there's some reference to death of characters that apparently happened in a previous chapter that we have not seen. And apparently there's a bear-sized spider involved in shit.
Whoops.
What?
Whoops.
It
Yeah, that only worked for Death's Head.
now also, Jeffrey Martell would like to also inform us that the other parts and probably including this one is available on Royal Road. It's one of his works in progresses. And as a new to us, or newer to us, writer, sharing with us uh what they've got. Okay, pronunciation guide. Oh god. Well, great. I know how to pronounce that name because it's the same name as my blind elf princess. Okay, which you wouldn't know. Yeah, I wouldn't know. There we go. Look, I liked the last giant spider monster when I thought that it was shaped like a drider. When I realized and found out that it wasn't, less comfy. Anyway, it's done. The research into ancient artifacts. The mother who gave them the opportunity through her sacrifice. A mission to find someone willing to abandon death for a magical, eternal prison. All for this moment. Tennessee maneuvered around the fleeing spiders, her body moving on instinct as she killed them, lost in contemplation. The mutated spider lay still on the ground, a small head resting nearby, the lifeless eyes staring at the sky. Lyra's last act as an elf before the artifact consumed her. Kailu stood over the beast, ensuring it had died. They would need to burn it, but that could wait. She noticed him picking up the dagger and examined the artifact. Tennessee watched Lyra vanish into the dagger, but the fate of her friend was still unknown. Catch, said Kailu, tossing the dagger toward her. Surrounded by dead young spiderlings, Tennessee deftly caught the dagger with her free hand and held it up to her face. Are you there, Lyra? Thought Tennessee. She wanted her friend to respond, a hope that replied with silence, cold as the blade she held. Eyes catching Kailu's gaze, she shook her head, and he nodded in understanding. The chittering from the other side of the earth wall faded, and the sound of cheering rangers replaced it. Tennessee never had the same faith in these warriors that Lyra did, but she had to admit they showed up and did their job. They faced a force they knew might be too strong, but they did not fear dying for their cause and pressed on, knowing their failure would endanger those left in town. An elf approached Tennessee, and she racked her brain until a name came to the surface. What can I do for you, Hera? The area is secure, and the spiders have run off. We dealt with all the traitors we could find. Have you seen the siblings? They ran off, saying they had to support Lyra, said Hera. Understanding settled like a stone. Follow me, said Tennessee. They died fighting that. Finger pointing at the mutated beast as she walked toward Kea. Kea's body lay among the dead spiders that had swarmed her. Her bow lay nearby. The spiders had used their mouths to rip into her. Death may have claimed her before the beasts stabbed her in the chest. She did what she could to support us, but its defense blocked most of our attacks. Hera kneeled and brushed her hand over Kea's face, closing her eyes. Picking up the bow, she placed it on the ranger's chest and stood. Where is her brother? This way, said Tennessee. The spider ambushed the siblings before it attacked the rest of us, and he protected his sister at the cost of his life. When they reached his crumpled body, Tennessee could see where the stinger and leg had pierced his chest, despite his body being crushed into the ground. Standing there in silence, Hera lowered her head, then vanished. Seeing where the ranger had teleported, Tennessee could hear the elf tell the others to take care of the bodies. Then she reappeared before Tennessee. What happened to Lyra? Raising the dagger she still held, Tennessee said, She is right here. Annoyance evident in Hera's expression, Tennessee continued, You are looking at the first ever sentient weapon. A blade that can shift forms and act on its own thanks to Lyra, who now resides inside. The ranger stared at the dagger and asked, How do you know she's in there? How can you be sure it worked? Seeing no reason to lie to the ranger, Tennessee said, I don't. Her body burst into a cloud of pure magic and vanished inside the artifact. I can't guarantee anything until she regains consciousness. This is the first of its kind, after all. Fist clenched, Hera glared at Tennessee. How could you do this to her? Wasn't she your friend? Please explain to me what a sentient weapon can do for us in the war against the Dark Mages. She lifted the dagger up and felt for Lyra's presence. Finding no trace of her friend, Nessie looked back at Hera and said, "She will be the vessel that carries our hopes and dreams into the future, along with her memories. The problem with our kind is that our lives are long, but memories are fickle." Tucking the dagger away, Nessie said, "This isn't just about you or even me. It's about what's best for all of us. All that matters in the end is the destruction of the dark god and all the traitors who joined their side, no matter the cost." Tenesi left Hera and stood in front of the giant spider's remains, primarily the part that used to be Lyra's son, Ardain. "Did you know him?" asked Hera. Emotions causing her voice to tremble, Tenesi said, "His name was Ardain, Lyra's son." "Oh, I see." Wrestling her resolve together, Tenesi looked over at Kailu and asked, "I want to send the boy off separately from the mutated spider. Can you help?" Her companion grunted, took out one of his blades, and sliced the child's upper body off, then placed it next to where the boy's head had rolled after Lyra decapitated him. Bowing her head for a moment of silence, Tenesi nodded at Kailu, who set the body on fire. To protect the rest of the forest, Tenesi used the wind to control the flames and keep stray embers from going further. Kailu had just finished burning the rest of the spider when Selfree arrived alone, looking bruised and battered. Rushing to her side, Tenesi asked, "Are you all right? Where are Jessic and Ava?" Her friend shook her head and said, "The necromancer we faced self-destructed, and they died protecting me from the explosion. If not Lyra's, if not for Lyra's aid, I might not have survived myself." Selfie looked around and asked, "Speaking of Lyra, where is she? I wanted to thank her." Hand on the hilt of the dagger, Tenesi looked at it and said, "The artifact is now sentient. Lyra is somewhere inside. I'm just waiting for her to wake up." Selfie closed the distance and placed a hand on Tenesi's shoulder. Leaning in until her forehead met Tenesi's, Selfie said, "I hope she finds solace, knowing her sacrifice will carve a path toward victory for us all." Feeling her resolve strengthen within herself, Tenesi gathered everyone who was still there and said, "The rangers under Hera's command will focus on eliminating any remaining beasts in the area, while Kailu, Selfie, and I meet up with the rest of my companions to face off against the Dark Mage himself. Do not follow us. You will die, or worse, become one of his minions used against us." Not waiting for a reply, Tenesi met Hera's gaze, nodded, and ran off toward the dark magical signature that could only be the mage already clashing with her commander, Kindroth. A single thought popped into her mind, causing Tenesi to stumble when she recognized her friend's voice. "Tenesi?" Dun dun dun.
For real?
What the fuck?
For real?
Rude. Yeah, I'm with Doc. Rude. Fucking
Very-
rude.
Talk about a cliffhanger. That's not just
Other
that's like standing on the suspension grid as it's starting to fall.
Yeah, that definitely a 404.
That's springboarding off the fucking cliff.
Other than the fact that it is a rough draft and there's some grammatical muddiness, and the fact that we are dropped right into the middle of this fucking thing with no context, you drew us all in. You drew us all in right from the beginning. I could visualize. I have no idea where they are, but I could visualize, that this was a battle scene. So,
It was kind of the mop up after a battle scene.
right. Okay, Trisha says hydrate or dihydrate. And Hellenick said, "Watch your posture." That was probably a little bit earlier. I'm watching my posture because I'm standing. Sorry, y'all.
I mean, I'm not slouching.
No, Julie was though. It's like she couldn't get far enough into the camera, into the story. Okay, Stormy. Make up your mind, Stormy. Exactly, Doc. That's the thing. I mean, the only reason I noticed it is because I'm always trying to what kind of advice might I give to someone if they ask me after the fact, right? And that's the only reason I really noticed it because it wasn't distracting enough to keep me drawn in.
To not keep
I,
you drawn in?
so when I read a published book where the grammar has gone through editing and is still so atrociously bad, it prevents me from getting drawn into the story.
Yeah.
This, I was still drawn into the story, so it wasn't horrendous. Yes, it wasn't jarring. What Doc said. Doc Doc got what I was trying to put down. My bad. All right. Um, click, boom, save, refresh. Next. Yes, you are 3 for 3 on 404s. Every single time. Julie! Cash, it's your turn unless you don't want to.
I mean, I can.
Julie and I are just having this stare down contest today.
I see this. All right, give me just a second. All right. Julie. Why doesn't it want to open? There it is. Okay, never mind. Got it. Roscoe climbed off Nitro with the practiced ease of someone that hadn't wanted to give up the element of surprise. The chimney still had the faintest curl of gray smoke, which was an ominous color against the angry orange sky. Tying Nitro into a low hanging limb, Roscoe unhooked Major's lead and signaled for him to stay close to her side. She made it just a few feet before squatting down to look at a few of the newer cigarette butts off the ground. Definitely not my brand, she thought, while gloving her hands to collect some for evidence. Roscoe hadn't been up to the cabin in 18 months. She hadn't had a reason, with her life finally leveling out and no cases that brought her this way. So there was no way in hell they could be mistaken for hers. Plus, she kept a butt can by the door on the porch to make absolutely certain no loose embers could set the lower trees ablaze. Major growled again, low and threatening. Roscoe grabbed for the 9mm on her side. That's when she noticed the door was slightly ajar. Before she could signal for Major to back off, his muzzle widened, the crack revealing something neither of them would have thought of. Inside the cabin, inside of the cabin had been trashed. Not the party kind, with beer cans thrown about the place, old food, the faint smell of whiskey. That Roscoe could have handled, even understood for these parts, as most of the local boys used various cabins up in the past for partying. No, this was worse. There were tables flipped over, clothes thrown about, and what really boiled her blood, needles. Roscoe edged into the captain slowly, having Major standing guard while she could collect everything that could possibly hurt him. Clearing the room with her weapon first, Roscoe had found no one inside. But with the low burning embers, she knew it hadn't been long since they left. Going over to the bed, which had mountains of trash strewn upon it, she pulled the floorboard up to check for the radio she kept there. Thankfully, nothing had been disturbed. Roscoe grabbed the 4D cell batteries from her pocket and slapped them in and prayed that the old bucket of bolts would spring to life. Her heart sank for a moment when the familiar whining sound didn't immediately come through. But when she slammed her hand on the top, it came to life, with chatter breaking the silence. She adjusted the channel before keying up the mic. Lantern. Hey, Jack-o'-lantern. You got your ears on? Roscoe called out when she put the radio on the only clean corner of the bed. Looky there, looky there. That old thing still works. Thank God it does. Hey, Mama still got Harley in the barn? Roscoe knew she was going to need some backup, even if it was just to gather everything from inside the cabin and get it all to the authorities. Yepper, she's already ready to roll. Good. How long will it take to get up here? Get up to Maiden? About 30 minutes. Why, what's up? I need you here in 20. Stealthy and fast. I'm already at the door. Roscoe knew out of all the trackers she had ever had the pleasure of working with, Jack would catch the drift long before she had to say anything. Afterwards, Roscoe took out her camera and photographed the entire cabin. Then she gathered everything sharp, carefully bagging and tagging locations. The last thing she needed was figuring out the hard way what was in those syringes. Once she had done that, she allowed Major to carefully walk into the room. It didn't take more than a few minutes before he had alerted on a discarded left shoe, same size as Bonnie's, and a part of the last thing she had been seen wearing. But that's not all Major alerted on. There was a pile of old wallets with identification still inside, clothes that were in various stages of deterioration, and what was much worse, blood spots that led to the side door of the cabin. Is that where it stops? Is that a yes? Dun dun dun. Julie.
Hmm.
Now I know I heard your discussion with Izzy a little bit ago. But that was actually a really good cliffhanger point. I'm not complaining.
But she's over there bouncing like a freaking.
Yeah, like
Okay,
somebody with
so
ADHD.
well, that too. But I mean, so what's the rule? Izzy can't know anything about the submission, right? The submission they
Hmm.
they did, surprise, whatever. Here's the thing. Julie and I discussed everything that was in tonight's submission weeks ago. So I know what's happening next. And I'm enjoying that y'all feel like this is a 404 error because it's not for me. I know what's happening. Yes, exactly, Doc. I know something you don't know. I know something you don't know.
That's exactly what she's doing.
They're more like guidelines than actual rules. I mean,
The only reason that Julie and I know this much about each other's stories is because they're connected. So we have to strategize together on this because they're in the same world. So that's the only reason. Otherwise, I'd be just as flabbergasted as y'all.
That's what Izzy wants us to think. I have to give you shit, girl. Would I be me if I didn't?
I'm just saying. I'm enjoying this one. And not just because I have a vested interest in how it turns out.
I mean, that's a good reason.
It is, but I'm saying that's not the only reason. Cash! We return to Etlon. If I didn't know better, I would say the two of you were still in your juvenile stage. Lord Udrin looked as if he wanted to say more to the both of them. His normally unvarying tone somehow seemed more flat than usual in his lack of excitement over the two women's behavior. Grandfather, we're just having some fun. Lucy had her arm draped on Suki's shoulder. Her Highness needs to learn Atlani, his emphasizing the word need having been unnecessary. What if I don't want to learn Atlani? Do I get a say in all of this? I'm obviously not getting a say in whether or not I'm marrying a total stranger. Why can't he just learn English? Knowing her protests would land on deaf ears, she made them anyway. This isn't just about you, Your Highness. It's about what's best for all of Etlon. He spoke words calmly and with a patience which worked its way beneath Suki's skin. Udrin opened his mouth as if to say more, but didn't, possibly thinking better what he had been about to say. His eyes went wide as if in shock. Cat got your tongue, grandfather? A familiar voice came from behind Lucy and Suki, causing them both to turn and face him. Junior? The mix of abject horror and shock on Lucy's face spoke volumes. Suki was just more confused, still not having all of her memories. Junior? She said under her breath. Something deep inside her yelled at her to keep away from him, but she couldn't say why. You keep away from Suki, asshat! Lucy stood and stumped toward the interloper. Udrin just barely caught her by the arm and pulled her back and placed himself between the two women and Junior. I will not allow you to touch either of them. You stopped being my grandson the day you accepted the King of Death's mark. Udrin stood tall and faced the other elfin, whose hand was covered by a cut, surrounded by a blackening of the skin, tendrils emanating from the mark. Suki knew he was of the void. that she had absorbed from her lessons from Udrun. It had felt like something that might actually be important. "Do you know who I am, Suki?" the stranger asked her. Losing her words, she nodded her head and hid behind Udrun. "That's convenient. I don't trust you." It had come out much lower than she meant it to. "Back the fuck off, Junior." Lucy pulled her closer, wrapping her arms protectively around her while she yelled at him. "Mom and Dad would be so disappointed in you," Lucy scolded. Suki's entire body tensed, and her eyes went wide, face pale as she realized who he was. "Oh, oh, now I remember. You're her brother. You tried to. Oh, I don't like you." Suki's memories caught up to the situation they found themselves in. The recollection of what Junior had done to her, flooding into her mind's eye, making her want to run. But fear kept her feet planted where she was. "That's too bad, Spooky." He cooed the nickname like a mocking impression of a parent to a child, making a shiver travel down Suki's back, causing the scales running along her spine and shoulders to stand on end. "I don't like you calling me that." The scales along her forehead began to raise, her body perceiving the threat he presented to her. "Fallon, you are better than this. This is not what your mother or father would have wanted." Udrin interjected himself into the back and forth. "Irritated with me then, grandfather? Too bad you're such a tight-lipped asshole. You always have been. I saw it when I was younger, and I definitely see it now." Junior provoked the elder. "I'm not falling for this game, Junior." Udrin looked at his grandson, then glanced over his shoulder to the women. He sighed as he returned his gaze toward Junior. "Game?" His eyes lit up. "You want to play a game? Sounds fun. How about the game, How Fast Can Grandfather Be?" The smirk on his face was menacing. No, predatory. "I want you both to run into the palace as quickly as you can. Alert the guards." Udrin was trying to be inaudible, but Junior still overheard the command. "Big mistake. Big mistake." He shook his closely buzzed head, keeping his eyes on Suki. "You can't protect both of them." "You can try, but you will not pass me." Udrin raised his hands up, his palms curling into the shape of a bull. Yellow light began to gather on his palms as his arms slowly drew inwards while he chanted the words of the spell. Lucy frantically tugged on Suki's arm, urging her to move as fast as she could. "Fine," he replied through gritted teeth, staring daggers at Udrin. He turned to walk to where Udrin stood between him and his prey. "Don't do this," Udrin pleaded with him. One last time. Junior shook his head, each step in time with the movements he made. That was when everything went to hell. Junior lunged while Udrin lodged the energy balls where the younger man had been. Udrin, trying to move as quickly as he was able, wrapped one arm around Lucy's waist, pulling her away from Junior, while also trying to wrap his free arm around Suki. Swifter than Suki blinked, she felt herself thrown over someone's shoulder as Lucy screamed, followed by a failed attempt to punch her brother. Not connecting, she screamed in frustration, reaching out to grab Suki, just missing grabbing her by the ankle. Junior ran. Fast. Very, very fast. Out of the gardens onto the road, leading out into the countryside and toward the northern Spire Mountains. Suki struggled, trying to make herself as heavy or as awkward as possible to carry, but he kept a firm hold on her. She kicked. He wrapped his free arm around her thighs, keeping her from moving her legs. "Nice try, darling," he drawled, similar to the way his mother had when she had been alive. She pushed against. his shoulder, trying to pull herself from his grip, but to no avail. In her mind, the next thing she did seemed cartoonish and absurd, but she felt it was her only other option as far as fighting him went. She began beating against his back with her fists. He laughed like it tickled. Still nothing, my dear. He sounded self-assured and victorious, causing Suki to scrunch her nose at the reek wafting from him as she nearly face-planted into the side of his ribcage. The smell became stronger as they moved, her lunch churning and threatening to vacate her stomach, meal stones and all. The world stopped moving as they toppled to the ground. Slamming into a brick wall would have felt better in her mind. The side of her head hurt, and she coughed, vomiting as the world spun. She opened her eyes and realized she was nearly nose to nose with Junior, his eyes vacant, almost glassy, with a look of horrified shock across his face. She blinked, her eyes clearing more, realizing it was only his head, the rest of him having gone in a different direction. She screamed, a blood-curdling shriek, terrified out of her mind and not sure what was happening. Voices came from behind her as the smell from Junior grew stronger. A reddish-brown boot passed her, kicking the disembodied head further up the path and back in the direction she and Junior had come from. Then the person, no, dragon, hissed. Only dragons made that particular sound, and then turned, walking briskly and disappearing behind her and out of view. Suki finally found her wits, pushing herself off her stomach and rolling into a seated position. The sun shined down bright, blinding her and forcing her to place her arm over her brows so she could see the shadow that loomed over her. Taking in a deep breath, her heart beat in her throat, the adrenaline and awe combining to make her heart skip a beat. Suki had a bolt of recognition shot through her, her entire body tingling as she looked into the eyes of the man standing over her, and she couldn't believe it. The shadow was the man from her dreams. It was Wolfman. Dun dun dun.
You okay there, Izzy?
My nose is itching like crazy and I can't get it to stop, and that's really irritating when I'm trying to read an intense battle scene. And that was much clearer than some of your other battle scenes that I've read out. You are getting so much better at that action stuff.
It's that fucking editing.
I know. I know. And everyone is like, what even the fuck? No, I need more. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Sorry, doc. Like, again, I needed to scratch at my nose. It was just irritating me so bad. And it just happened to be at a very opportune time.
I'll keep that in mind, Doc.
Oh, my Lanta. I mean, even use the line from this week. I don't know if y'all caught that. The line was, she couldn't believe it. The stranger was the man of her dreams. For those who are not aware,
it was
Suki has been dreaming of this guy for a while, and they have entire conversations in their dreams, but she speaks English, he speaks Atlani, and they don't speak the same language at all. So it's been a little bit of a confusing thing. And now they're face to face. I have been waiting for this for 3 years. Almost 4.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna break your heart because this is actually a scene from like book 3.
No, but I've been waiting to for
Yeah.
them to actually like come face to face, and I don't care
Yes.
if I have to wait to have it in physical format for 3 books from now, but to see it. All right, so ads are in 5. We are sitting 15 minutes to the 2-hour mark. So real quick, you evil little minx. You had everybody.
Who, me?
Yes. No, I don't. Oh my god.
This one just like literally like led right into that scene.
It
Oh my
led
god.
right into it.
Like it was such low hanging fruit for a prompt.
It really was. It was the perfect thing for you. Yeah, verbs are very hard with action scenes. And I think that's, let's be honest, SMEX scenes are also action scenes if you think about it. And so not only battle scenes and specs action scenes are difficult in the first place. And then you've got verb usage. Is it present tense? Is it past perfect? Is it future perfect? Is it past tense? Like that can get lost in the sauce. So, we have resources. We're here for you. We have, as Doc mentions, martial artists in the server. We even have a couple of people who have studied sword fighting. That straddle the 2 servers, us and our sister Discord. Um, and then of course you've also got grammar police. The number of times Julie has going, but I don't understand. Why does it have to be that way? The number of times Kesha said, but I don't understand. Why does it have to be this way? Sometimes they've both heard me say, I don't know, it just is. They don't like that answer. I don't like giving that answer, but sometimes I
I
don't know how to
wouldn't
explain it.
argue if I understood it.
I know, and sometimes I try to explain it and I just seem to make it worse. So I just go with I don't know, it just is.
That's when I know it's complex and it's going to take somebody a long time to get it through my head.
Oh,
It almost comes off with the same thing as from a parent because I said so.
it does, and I use it as a last resort.
I know you do.
See, they both know that I use it as an absolute last resort. So real quick, we've got an
Oh,
ad
my massive.
starting here in a minute. Let's go ahead and take a quick break, and we will be back for our final 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hoaxed amongst
We've officially
yourselves.
made it halfway through the night.
Woo woo. Woo woo.
Are
More
we going to be
than.
able to talk to them, or are we
Yeah,
going
yeah,
on?
yeah. No, I'm just gonna turn my camera off and my mic off. Y'all enjoy. I have too much oxygen in my nicotine system.
What's new?
I didn't catch the end of that, but oh my fucking god.
The two of the 3 prompts literally were very low hanging fruit for my prompt for my submission this week. It was very low hanging fruit. But Drizzt, yes, the battle scene that's in my book, I literally got through it and I was like, I gotta go back through it, but I'm letting it sit because that was like a nightmare to edit. it was a nightmare to write. It was a nightmare to edit, and I got to go back through it to make sure it actually sounds good. Plus, there's a few things that I've learned since I started editing that I'm like, oh, okay, that might make it sound better. Now I'm like, okay, now I got to go back through that. Yeah, it's a learning process. 100%, it's a learning process. Oh my gosh, the scene where you've got like 20 million characters. I don't know how I did it when that 1 month we like last year during Izzy's birthday, not this past birthday, but the other one when I wrote
Mhm.
all the really crazy shit.
Oh yeah.
I don't know how I did that one scene, how I wrote that one scene and kept all the characters straight. Because I
I
think
don't know
that
how
was
you
the
did
only.
either because as those of us who were reading it, it was like, oh my fucking god. I'm like, how does she keep these guys straight in her own head, let alone on the paper?
I don't know. I do not know how I did that.
But you know what? I would rather, in this particular instance, I would rather have 1,000 fucking characters that I have to just keep up with in fucking scene than have
Mhm.
one fucking character, a dog and a horse, and only one that can talk is the fucking human. Because otherwise, she's just talking to the dog or she's just talking to the horse. There's no other person to have a fucking conversation with. Hold that thought.
Oh, that's gonna be fun to write, does it? That sounds like a nightmare to write, actually. So basically, how I do my writing is I just write like entire scenes all together. And if I need to, and if I need to, I'll break it up and then like puzzle it together in a more suspenseful way. But like to keep it everything like going in my head, I just write the scenes all together because it makes it easier for me as the writer. Because we all know it's hard enough being a writer. Yeah, my okay. My big battle is like halfway through my book, which I'm not sure if that's a good thing or not, but I have read other books that have a fight scene, like a big fight scene in the middle. So, other languages are hard, Trisha. That's why. Somebody who learned a different language first, English is hard. If you really want my opinion, gotcha. Jiminy Christmas, the auto mod today. I allowed it, Doc, because it's catching stupid words. Like seriously. Automod just is on something today because you're not the only one. To write a conversation too hot for Twitch. I know, right? That did sound good.
Who, what, when, where, why?
Sounded like somebody shooting a gun outside the house.
Oh,
Hopefully that's not what it was.
I live in the South. That's normal for me.
I don't want to say it's not normal, but at the same time, it's especially this time of year
It's
when we're leading
normal.
into that time of year where things go boom.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Automod is on something, by the way, tonight, Julie.
What?
Possibly bits or possibly rent lowering gunshots.
Um, here, no. For me, it's the neighbors around me that have gotten new toys, and they're citing them in. Which isn't bad when they're off in the fucking field citing it. But these guys are citing it like right behind, damn near right behind my house, into a tree that has
Yeah,
already fallen over.
yeah. Well, we're
Like,
like what,
dude,
2 weeks from the 4th?
yep,
So I'm going to guess it's going to be that, and it's just going to be worse and worse every day till we get there.
yeah, they haven't opened the tents here yet. They won't open the tents until I think next weekend to start selling fireworks.
Mm-hmm.
Um, once they open the fucking tents, it's gonna be like fucking hell around here, and I'm like,
Yeah, it ain't going to be fun around here.
I don't like it. And everybody's like, "Well, I thought you liked fireworks." Even my dad. My dad's like, "I thought you liked fireworks." I'm like, "Look, Dad, when I can't distinguish between a firework and a shotgun, there's a problem." Well,
Mm-hmm.
hello, Maggie May.
Oh, there's Maggie. Maggie. Hello, Maggie. Hi,
Look
Maggie.
at your adoring public.
Your adoring public is here.
There's cats all around. Oh,
See at
and
least one other behind Izzy.
there was three earlier. There was Star on the edge of the bed, and then looks like Kieran up on the pillow. Or am I just
No,
seeing a shadow on the pillow that's not there?
just shadow.
Okay.
The star
But
looks
that's usually where that
extremely
boy lays, is right up on the pillow.
yeah, but Star is looking very offended.
It's okay, baby. Mom Aunt Julie still loves you.
It's because Maggie is on your lap.
Okay.
Tortitude in the
Yeah,
corner.
the tortitude has an attitude. And
Well, that's why she's called the Tortitude.
right.
All right,
And
we
there was
ready
that
for the rest?
Yo,
Yeah.
let's roll it.
Yes, claw launch. Ugh. And then Purra and Maggie proceeded to have a bitch fight out in the kitchen. Whatever. All right, ready, Freddy.
Let's see who's up
Little
next.
lady Eva.
Whoop whoop.
Ooh.
Your turn.
That's a gun. Anyways, sorry, I'm being distracted. I don't like that. That's like sounds like it's right outside the house. Da, 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 da. Is it the second one from the top? No. Oh, okay. I think I know. Third one. Send at 2:02 p.m.
Yes.
Okay. I didn't want to say the name because I don't know. Mm, there we go. No thanks. I don't want to download that. Annabelle could read her stepmother's mind. The woman flitted about, straightening Annabelle's dress and fussing with her hair. Her stepmother, Isabel, thought that Annabelle would screw this up on purpose. She had no intention of doing that. Since her father had died 3 months ago, Annabelle had been treated like a stranger in her own home. Isabel did not even pretend to mourn her father as she managed the estate to her liking. She never cared for her stepdaughter and now could not wait to get rid of her. Marrying her off would certainly do the trick. Annabelle, for her part, did not mind being gotten rid of. She tired of the scoldings for wearing pant, pants or armor. She remembered when they had met just before Isabel had married her father. She'd been playing in the mud with some of the children of the staff, and Isabel looked disgusted. Her father had laughed it off, but Annabelle had never forgotten that face. Now she was all over Annabelle for getting sent home from court, as if she did not already feel bad enough about that herself. Now the woman's trying to marry Annabelle off. This caused her some concerns. What if her husband was cruel? What if she died in childbirth, as her mother had? Still, it was a fact of life that she was 17 and of marriage age, and most women of her standing had been betrothed ages ago. Her father's stubbornness had prevented that for her. As she was ushered out the door, her stepmother leaned over and whispered into her ear, "This isn't just about you. It's about what's best for all of us." Yes, yes, I know, Annabelle grumbled. Her stepmother frowned and did not say anything else. Isabel did not believe her. Her thoughts were angry and accusatory. This girl always does this on purpose. Her father spoiled her rotten, and she expects me to do the same. I hope this match goes off. I cannot wait for her to be out of here. Annabelle tuned them out. She was ushered into the great hall where the man who might be her betrothed was already standing. He was medium height with brown hair and short beard. He carried a cane, a war injury, she had been told. "My Lord Linderley, allow me to introduce my stepdaughter, Annabelle." Isabel said. She looked pointedly at Annabel, who pretended not to notice. Annabel did a perfect curtsy. Her deportment teacher would be proud. She could be ladylike if she wanted to. It was just a rare want. Lord Linderley looked her up and down and smiled. Annabel knew what he was thinking, too. Oh, she's attractive, he thought. I had not expected that. I thought for sure they would saddle me with someone they could not otherwise get rid of. Then his expression changed to worry, and different thoughts came. Come to think of it, why are they arranging this? Something has to be wrong with her. They are being far too nice about all of this. Hopefully, I can sniff it out. She knew then that he was ignorant of her scandal. He held out a hand and she placed hers inside it. He gave it a kiss, gentle and sweet. He was young, moderately attractive, and acted very dignified and nice, even if he didn't think it. She relaxed a little. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lady Annabel. Please call me Martin. As you wish, Martin. He escorted her to dinner, hobbling slightly and using his cane in the other hand. She could overpower him easily if he was a man inclined to try and beat her. No one had struck Annabel in their entire life, and she did not intend for that to start now. Her father had not allowed her to be disciplined that way, even when it was expected. She was his favorite child, a spitting image of her mother, and despite Annabel's difficult personality, he thought she could do no wrong. She missed him. At dinner, Annabel was on her best behavior, and so was Martin. She watched him from across the table as they ate, and she could see his struggles to be considered proper. This is a fine estate you have, Lady Isabel. I admire the staircase, Martin said. Oh, that old thing? I had it built 12 years ago when I first married the Marquis, but may he rest in peace, it's far too out of fashion now. Annabel could not help but roll her eyes. There she goes again, showing off, she thought. Isabel stomped on her foot, and Annabel had to fight against a yelp. She kicked her back under the table, and Isabel failed to hide the wince. Martin did notice, but he did not look displeased. Oh, she likes to fight. Is that what the trouble is? I can handle that, he thought. Annabel frowned at this thought. What exactly did handle that mean? So, Martin, what's your estate like? Annabel asked. Well, it's not as modern as this, but it does have some amenities, he answered vaguely. His thoughts saying, shit, what do I say? My place is a travesty compared to what she's used to. That's fine. I am more interested in what your peasant peasant peasantry peasantry is like. Isabel tried elbowing her again. Annabel ignored it. Martin fumbled with his words. Well, they're fine. Always respectful, pay their taxes on time. I have a way with the peasantry. Was that a jab at me? Is she even interested in this match? He thought. Annabel decided to let that cool down. Excellent. We had been having trouble with getting taxes paid here. I'm sure you can give my stepmother some tips. Annabel, this is not polite dinner conversation. The Lord Linderley did not come to hear about our troubles. He came to hear about you, Isabel hissed. Martin and Annabel exchanged a glance. Oh, she seems like fun, he thought. The rest of dinner consisted of Isabel lying about Annabel's finer traits. Based on Martin's thoughts, he was not paying attention. He was drawn only to her. That display seemed to have fascinated him. Perhaps the stranger could be the man of her dreams. If only she dreamed of men. After dinner, there was a walk in the gardens. They were chaperoned, of course. People would be walking behind them to be sure there was no funny business, but it would give them a chance to talk more privately. Martin hobbled along beside her. Your stepmother seems charming, he said. That's one way of putting it. I would call her blowhard. He laughed. You know, Lady Annabel, you certainly are not what I expected, but in a good way. You can call me simply Annabel. None of this lady business. Very well. They walked in silence. I do have to ask, the Lady Isabel seems so eager for this marriage to happen, and, well, you feel that with your humble origins, she would not be eager at all. Oh, that was straightforward of you, but yeah, yes. No, you are right. There was a scandal at the royal court that I was caught up in and was sent home. No one wants me, no one but you, who was not deemed important enough to be told what that was. Martin's eyes narrowed. He had been suspecting this. What kind of scandal? Oh, if you must know, I was caught in a very compromising position with several other ladies in waiting. I was determined to be the ringleader and sent home in disgrace. Annabelle watched as Martin's face went first to confusion and then through the dawn of realization to hesitant curiosity. With the women, were there any men involved? No, I can attest I have never been with a man. Martin visibly relaxed. Then he thought something very dirty, something, God help her, she might not even disagree with it. Well, as long as it was only women, I suppose that's not awful. Is there anything else I should know? Only that my father trained me for combat. Oh, that. I knew that. It's fine. My mother always said a woman should be able to defend herself. A relief, honestly. I won't do much good defending you. He pointed to his leg. Your mother, a cook, fine woman, very headstrong. You will meet her at my estate if we marry. I hope that doesn't bother you. The fact that he described her as a headstrong and that her as headstrong and that he seemed rather proud of it also struck her. If he accepted that with his mother, he might accept that with his wife. Not at all. If you can put up with me, I can put up with you. I could not have said it better myself.
Okay, I'm a little lost here, and I think it goes with the prompt of they can hear the other's thoughts for 24 hours, and that's
Yes.
probably why I'm lost. Um, but at the same time, I'm like, okay, okay. Um,
Yeah,
I
telepathic
suppose.
lesbian. I love it.
I mean, sometimes we all wish that we could hear the other's thoughts so shit didn't get misconstrued because let's face it, most people mix words and not around here, mind you, but most people out in the wild uh type shit. So I mean like Izzy, you got any? I mean, I'm really interested to see where this story takes off to. Like I
Yeah.
am here for it. And I'm also very I know we're getting dropped in the middle of a work in progress because
Well, she's obviously not fully lesbian.
little lady Eva said earlier, just because she's never been with a man doesn't mean that she's going to be agreeable to be with one. That's the whole kit and caboodle with
Yeah.
that. She's agreeable to marry, but that does not mean that she's agreeable to bed one.
Well, she kind of said that she wasn't opposed to it.
I'm not
He had some
opposed to
dirty
olives on a
thoughts.
pizza. It doesn't mean I'm going to eat it. Yeah, he had some thoughts that we didn't get on page that I really now need to know what the thoughts were.
Telepathic bisexual disaster.
I mean, you're not far off. Not
Not
far
that
off
she
at all.
dreamed of.
It's definitely one of those that I'm like, okay, here we go. Um, but Izzy, come on, Izzy, you got words. Your flabbers are gasted, and I need you to get. We just. She's gonna walk out of the room. Hey, you operate the spinny tool.
I guess we're not spinny tooling. She's a lesbian. Is okay.
Yeah, more than one woman. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So did you write that intentionally? It could be taken either way. Okay, so you did that intentionally, intentionally. I'm making up new words over
No,
here.
there were. Yeah, look, Izzy accuses me of that on a day-to-day basis, let alone a week-to-week basis. So I mean, it's there. Izzy, Izzy went and got a popsicle. That
That's where she's
and a food
at.
popsicle at that. She's like, "Fuck this shit! I got a popsicle. Can't
Boo!
do anything if I'm eating a popsicle. It's boo. It's not a boo
S-
cupcake."
So are you kind of wanting to leave it open? Is that why you decided to write it kind of vague? So that like if you just
Well, this is an ongoing work in progress.
yeah,
There might be stuff that we are not privy to right this second.
gotcha. Okay.
We always like a good story.
I mean, there's always
All
that
right,
mystery. I love
let's see
stuff
who's
like that.
next. Ace's daughter. Izzy's like, I got the popsicle.
Right, here we go. Okay. Okay. For a long moment, I couldn't believe it. The stranger before me wasn't really a stranger, but a past friend. The shy man I'd met on the way back from a field trip years ago, but he seemed different now. Sitting on a bench late at night, the only company being the lantern in his hand. He seems to be lost in thought. His shoulders carry the weight of sorrow. I look around before slowly walking towards him. I didn't notice it was him at first, as most of him was covered in a dark cloak. He lifts his head slightly but stays frozen in place. The bench is cold and old, and I slowly take a seat, folding my hands onto my lap. My mind is in scrambles as what is someone supposed to say when their friend they once believed was dead? Or to their friend that they once believed was dead. Finally, after a few minutes pass, his tired eyes look at me. Liam? I whisper as tears well up in my eyes. Trying to blink them away is no use to me as more tears build up and spill. I look down, a sudden guilt in my stomach as I realize we both made the same mistake. We both wanted help to live better lives, but in the end was really just the fool being tricked. A gentle hand wipes a few of my tears, but it's not my own. It lifts my face and I look into his eyes. I'm sorry. His voice trembles. They were both stupid for what they did to you. My eyes widen and I tilt my head slightly. You know what happened? How could he know? Did he see it happen? Liam shrugs. I know most of what happened. I sigh, feeling embarrassed now that I realize how stupid I was. My gaze shifts to the sky I used to think was so beautiful, but now was covered in chains. What are those even for? I ask, pointing up at them. Liam looks up, waiting a moment before answering. I'm not sure, but it's probably some cruel reminder that we are not trapped forever. Oh, the sky now seems a bit more creepy with that idea. How would you know we're trapped forever? Can't we just die and leave? There has to be something after this, a way to escape. Liam sighs and shakes his head. Trust me, death doesn't work. I've tried it and failed. I feel my heart fall down to my stomach. What? I ask. Liam's eyes widen as he looks away. What does that mean? I ask again. Liam simply stands and stretches his back. Why don't I give you a tour of the town? He smiles, but his hand fidgets with his cloak. Liam, I say, my tone more serious as I think of what he could mean. Liam walks slowly down a path lit by lanterns and surrounded by trees. The only choice I have is to follow him if I want any answers. Dun dun dun.
Wait a fucking minute. Wait one goddamn minute. Young lady! What the hell?
Got the chains.
The fuck we did? The fuck we did? Young lady, you keep fucking writing.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Izzy, where's the duct tape?
I don't want to reach for it. It's
No,
over there.
no, 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 no. She's not an adult, so no duct tape.
Actually, she is.
Oh, she is?
She is an adult.
Yep.
So she's over 18.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I did not know that.
Doc used the duct tape for specialist
Y-
stuff.
Gotcha. Good
Oh,
use
well,
for it.
okay. Well, I mean, if you're going to keep that penguin in one spot, then you're good. Like, all right. Duct tape got used on the penguin. It's fine.
Oh,
Not over 18.
I thought this was
Oh,
the
I thought,
19-year-old daughter. My bad.
yeah.
But still, young lady, you're this age and you have this level of raw storytelling talent. Do not stop.
Do not let anyone tell you to stop. Do not let anyone tell you you don't know what you're doing.
And if they
Don't
do,
listen to
you,
them.
you can tell them to come talk to me.
Mm-hmm. We'll just have
There's
a
a
talk with
reason
them.
I exist.
We just want to have a talk with them. That's all.
Yep.
Just a talk.
I cannot guarantee what will be in my hand while I'm talking. It just I talk very expressively with my hands.
Hey, Julie, we just want to talk.
Friendly,
Yes,
expressive chat. Exactly. Just want to have a friendly, expressive chat.
I have a perfect meme for this.
For gestures, yes. And you gonna just leave us on red or not?
Huh?
What the hell am I saying? You
I
gonna
have
just
no
leave us hanging there?
I'm finding it and I am dropping it in general.
Okay.
Please be aware, I have a lot of freaking memes now. There we go. Speaking of the Discord,
I swear to God.
if you are not a member of the Discord, if you enjoy this
Is
and
that
the
a stray
interaction,
kid?
of course it's a fucking stray kid.
How did I know?
That would be.
We've now been overexposed.
Izzy sent me that one the other day. Izzy
I
sent me
know,
that one the
we
other day.
know, we
Oh,
know. Sorry. I know, we know, Lino. Yeah. I mean, and as you saw last night, the absolute crazy shenanigans, Sticks, Bitzer, me, Julie, Cash, PA Power, CR McCormick, when they can show this is how we are just on the normal. Occasionally, we actually get down to business. You have a question, you're like, okay, I don't understand. Something about this passage is not working, blah, 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 blah. By all means, we can help with that. Specifically speaking, the three of us up here, Cash is particularly good at helping people define cultural differences and things of that nature. Julie is a fantastic developmental editor, finding all of your plot holes and helping you find the cement to fill them. And we've already discussed how I like grammar, but I'll also constantly ask you, but why?
Why? Yes. That's her favorite question, but why? It's very annoying sometimes. But it's
Mom left
youthful
her in
annoying.
charge. I mean, I can go get her and we can all yell at her together, but Mom left her in charge.
Yeah, it's a youthful annoying.
Literally in a stream, in a TikTok live stream that Julie was not present for because she was off handling the gremlin, Mom made me promise that I would always ask Julie why to help her figure out what her brain was trying to say. I do not want that redhead coming for me. She is no longer limited by a physical body.
Or physical ailments.
Yes. I was not afraid of her when she was alive. I am deathly afraid of her now. That should tell you something. Because I ain't afraid of much. No. She's got a TBR. Death did not get her out of her TBR.
No, but the cats keep knocking the book off the shelf, so I don't think the cats like the book this month.
Mm. And no bueno. Spinny, spin,
Yes.
spin. Luna! Luna!
Yay, Luna.
This is apparently called Family Matters.
Mm.
Even though the previous night had been bliss, peace didn't follow. Dempsey was startled from his dreamless sleep by something feathery smacking his face repeatedly. You bastard! How could you? Naomi's shrieking was nearly deafening. Dempsey evaded the next blow when he rolled out of bed in the opposite direction. The impact against the floor took his breath away. His lungs caught in a heated wind tunnel. Before he fully regained control of his breathing, she stalked to the side of the bed, her hazy green eyes alone wishing death on him, her chest heaving as fast as a race car's engine. Who is Morana? And why is she calling you at 6 in the morning? Dempsey's lungs released his breath from their captivity, and he gasped like a tire losing air. He gripped the pillow before the next blow landed and ripped the fluffiness away, chucking it to the other side of the room. He was lightheaded as he stood, nearly pitching to one side. He shook himself and towered over Naomi, his own dark brown gaze shooting daggers at her. His face twisted into a sea-storming rage before he pulled it back again. Morana is my sister, Naomi. She was probably calling to ask about the get-together we're planning. His eyes narrowed. Did she say anything? Naomi's mouth was agape, eyes wide like hubcaps. She retreated a few steps, sputtering. Well, I've never got to meet her, so how was I supposed to know that? Her hands found their way to her hips, her head tilting to one side. Come to think on it, I haven't met any of your family, and it's been, what, 8 months? Dempsey's eyes rolled nearly to the back of his head. She hadn't answered the question, but he let it go. I told you we will meet them when we, as a family, are ready. There are certain things that need to be in place before it happens. Naomi's caramel-colored cheeks blazed a hot pink, the beauty mark to the left side of her mouth becoming more prominent. You know what I think, Dempsey? You're too much of a pussy and coward to actually let me meet them. Real quick point, can we normalize not using that as an insult? Please and thank you. You're actually calling them the strongest fucking organ on the planet? Because I don't know about anything else, but I don't know anything that can stretch to the shape of a watermelon and snap back. Just saying. Okay, anyway, soapbox, done. I don't know if I
Yeah,
can say
call
this
him a ball
next.
sack.
Yeah, those are kind of. I don't know about this next line, Luna. Hmm. Well, you must like the taste of because you had a mouthful last night. The air pulsed in quiet surprise, and Dempsey fought his desire to snort out a laugh. Naomi wasn't in the mood to laugh, if her unbroken glare and clenched fists were any indications. One deep breath later saw her face crumple into sadness and pain. Are you ashamed of me? Dempsey sighed out. Nah, no. But you pressing me so hard is stressful. And while I understand you being scared, your insecurities are getting out of hand. I absolutely refuse to keep making room for arguments like this when you don't even listen half the time and you don't trust me the other. Naomi whimpered. But we need certain connections. If I lose you, I'll lose everything. Honey pie, if you keep holding on too tightly like this, then you will lose everything. I don't want that to happen either. Dempsey's anger slipped away gradually, much like condensation sliding down the outside of a cool glass. I know it's difficult for you to do right now, but you've got to trust me. It's a family tradition. When relationships become more serious, and there are certain arrangements that need to be dealt with before you can meet them. Naomi's face scrutinized him. You're not a family cult, are you? Like in a horror movie or something? Dempsey closed the space in between them, wrapping his arms around her waist and letting out a mischievous, smoky laugh. And what makes you think we're a cult? Her face flushed, and she bit one corner of her lip. I've been watching documentaries. You're secretive, insulated. You always go on and on about them like worship. She rushed to amend, which is sweet. He grinned. And if we are a cult, would you join us?
Run! Run!
Naomi lifted an eyebrow, a soft, tentative smile gracing her lips. Hypothetically speaking, I would have to see how it goes.
Bitch, run! Run! Do not walk! Run in the other fucking direction! Negative, Ghost Rider! Negative! Pull up! He didn't deny it! Run!
Dempsey returned, chuckled low, sweetly kissing her. Then I'll see you tonight. Dempsey fidgeted with his tie in the mirror, his nerves reminiscent of falling Jenga towers. He'd almost gotten it straight when his twin brother's reflection appeared in the mirror beside him. Same brown eyes with gold accents, same square jaw, different hairstyles. Dempsey's was a short, fiery red, while Ortho wore his longer with highlights of sunlight yellow. Baby Demp, we were getting worried that you would never bring someone home. His eyebrows met his hairline and a grin curled his lips to one side. I have a bet against Marana and Eval that she'll run for the hills in 5 minutes flat. He properly knotted Dempsey's tie, giving it just enough slack to avoid choking him. Ortho clapped him on the shoulder. Dempsey's voice lifted an octave and a half when he shouted, "You did what?" A husky laugh was Ortho's only reply. Eval, as it happened, was passing by carrying a large, upside down crucifix, a frown pinching their eyes together. Their long blue and purple hair trailed behind them like billowing smoke, and a golden ankh earring hung from one lobe. If she's as smart as she is hot, by your account, she'd not step 1 foot over the threshold. They stopped for a moment to meet their brother's gaze through the mirror. In a family like ours, secrets are our foundation, and they should stay in the family.
Bitch, run! Run! This is like the opening to every goddamn horror movie that I have seen on Netflix. Fuck this shit! No!
They're really not beating. They're really not beating the cult rap right now.
They're really not! Upside down crucifix. They got this. They got that. You got a girl with billowy fucking hair that is like smoke. No! 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 even Stormy says, no.
Yes, for the record. Because he didn't want to be mistaken as the Christ. Yes. No. Peter's also responsible for the majority of the issues in the anyway. Back to the story. Dempsey whirled around just as his sibling disappeared into the kitchen, sighing in frustration. By the 9 rings, Evol will be the bane of my existence forever, won't they? 9 rings? Still not beating the cult rep. Okay, still not. Ortho chuckled. Isn't that what family
Now
is
they're
for?
demons.
We all take turns getting on your nerves. You tell us when we're being asses. Marana and I ignore you while laughing and pointing. Tara tells us we're hopeless, and Mom works to find compromises. That's our balance. Dempsey rolled his eyes, heading to the window, forcing himself into a slow pace and peered through the curtain. It was only a car passing by, and he couldn't hide his anxious sigh. He chewed on his lower lip to keep his emotions in check. Ortho headed into a hall, probably to retrieve Marana from her hellscape of a room. A raspy voice appeared at Dempsey's shoulder. You gotta stop worrying, my little lovey. She'll be here, and we'll love her. Dempsey looked to his right, where a glowing green eye hovered mid-air. A sparkling purple portal outlined it. Yes, Mama, but what if you don't like her, or she doesn't like you? Well, I am still cooking dinner. Dempsey blanched amidst his mother's laughter. Mama! I'm only teasing. We've got our sacrifice for tonight. We're all excited to meet her. You take being serious so seriously. Crashing glass from the hall caused the house to seize, as though it were caught in headlights. Marana, you broke the ceramic gremlin statue, Ortho accused. An exasperated huff then. I barely even touched it. You're the one who backed into it. A hollow wail escaped, followed by a piercing, ghostly blue light that soon faded. Morton, no! Marana whined. See what you did, leech sucker? That was my favorite soul. Well,
Danger,
consider it.
Will Robinson, danger!
Well,
Give
consider
it
it
5 minutes. I think it's the girl with the purple hair.
Actually, they used they and referred to them as a sibling. Okay. Well, consider it payback for releasing my bats during the last waning moon. It took me a whole month to round them up, and Corvin was frightened half to death. Dempsey groaned as his siblings continued to bicker, the portal of their mother evaporating with an audible pop. Tara came up from the basement, just a knock reverberated. There was some kind of chemistry set in her hands, and her glasses were fogged. Dempsey relaxed after she kissed him on the back of his head. She won't have any choice but to love us, you know. Dempsey shook just a little. But TT, bringing her in like this affects all of us. I don't want this to hurt the family. Tara's hand on his shoulder was comforting. You never brought anyone home before, so it's important. Trust us to handle things if they slide sideways. Here? She kissed his cheek and strolled off, stopping the argument between Ortho and Morana to shoo them into the dining room. Dempsey opened the door, his breath rushing out of him as he took in Naomi's silver dress and nervous small smile. Hello, gorgeous. Marana, instead of obeying Tara, made a beeline for Dempsey and hooked one arm through his. She leaned into him with a smirk. Naomi's eyes cut a path no dagger could match. She was about to say something, her mouth dropping open. Dempsey warned with a growl, Ra, stop it. Ha! She stepped away then, finger waved, grinning wide. Hi, Marana, Dempsey's sister and resident Cunt Biscuit. A giggle slipped out as she patted Dempsey on the shoulder. Nice to meet you. Winking at them both, she skipped away towards the dining room. Naomi's cheeks blazed as she was welcomed inside, her gaze roaming around the room. I I shouldn't have called her that. It was petty. Dempsey snorted. Oh, trust that she deserved it. Naomi smiled tightly as she turned in a full circle, biting her lip. It's very. She struggled to find her words. Dempsey fought off, chewing his lip, trying to gauge her reactions as Naomi took in everything. Black vines crawling up the walls, ornaments to dark deities hanging from the ceiling, black and red furniture, dim white lighting. Sacrilegious? Ortho chuckled from the doorway. Eval judged with a quirked brow. Hedonistic? Naomi chirped. Cozy! Dempsey watched her eager gaze linger over his siblings. These two meddlers are Ortho and Eval, and their Naomi's gaze lighted when Ortho strode over, took her hand in his gloved one, and introduced himself. He purred. So lovely to meet you. Demp never stops talking about you. It's both endearing and annoying. He went to touch her knuckles with his lips, but was interrupted. Eval gripped him by the ear, snarling, Enough, you lecher. Let the poor woman breathe. Eval dipped their head in greeting. Forgive the oldest. He's been stupid from birth, and unfortunately, it's irreversible and terminal. They pulled Ortho along. Naomi giggled behind her hand, taking Dempsey's gloved one as they entered the dining room. It was much the same as the rest of the house. A black lit chandelier, red tablecloth, and small throne like chairs ringing the table. Oh, my, Naomi expressed when she spotted a small altar outlined with black candles and tiny deity statues. She untangled herself from Dempsey and headed over. Dempsey studied her, leaning back on his heels while his stomach squirmed with butterflies and moths at Naomi's high pitched cooing noises. A little smile danced on his lips. Naomi squeaked in delight, spinning around with her arm extended. In her hand was a statuette of a demon dressed in priestess's robes. Her horns twisted around her head like a halo, a half mask covering her eyes like a blindfold. Wrapped around one hand was a knot of snakes, and dangling from the other was a broken, bloodied chain. Avaris Nita! Tara appeared from nowhere beside Naomi, exclaiming, You know her? Naomi grinned, nodding enthusiastically. Her Lady Nitus is another name, born from the grief of parents who've lost their children to war and the sorrow of orphans who never knew their parents. She's as empathetic as she is ferocious. Naomi pulled the statuette against her chest, her eyes sweeping closed. She's one of my guiding stars, especially because I never knew my family. Her eyes opened and shined as she smiled softly. Dempsey, you never said you were a follower of hers. Her voice was soft, vulnerable. Well, that's because I don't follow her. Tara, Eval, and Marana do. He chuckled. Ortho and I are still searching, and Mama does her own thing. He tipped his head to one side. Why didn't you tell me about her? You didn't ask, silly. Naomi chuckled. Dinner time, his mother announced, coming into the dining room and placing a dish of food on it. Oh, Naomi, welcome. We're all so glad you're here. It isn't often that our family gets together like this. So busy. Naomi placed the idol back, bowing her head for a moment before engaging Dempsey's mother in conversation. I told you she'd be loved, Tara nearly crooned. She patted Dempsey's cheek, then strolled to stand beside his mother. Dempsey's siblings piled into the room, each carrying another dish. Just as the dishes plopped onto the table, an alarm beeped from Ortho's wristwatch. He threw a twisted snarl towards Eval and Morana. Ha! That's 5 minutes. Take that, Brimstone Rider, Morana teased. She sat with a smug smirk. Eval hid a chuckle behind a clenched fist. And you said it was impossible. Good to know you can still be wrong from time to time. They gracefully sat, primly tucking a napkin into their shirt. Yeah, yeah, Ortho griped, rolling his eyes and taking his seat. Smile peeked out a few seconds later. Dempsey made his way behind Naomi's chair and gently pushed it up to the table. He bent and kissed her gently on the crown of her head. He took his own seat beside her. Ortho and Morana made hooting, teasing noises, but were quickly shushed by Tara and their mother. Conversation was surprisingly light, cheerful, and engaging. Naomi giggled at Morana's outlandish stories, parried Ortho's teasing, and listened to Eval's questionable tastes in music. Tara and the siblings' mother oversaw it all, pleased. After dessert, Dempsey and Naomi migrated to the couch, cuddling close. With her head tucked beneath his chin, she pouted. Why didn't you tell me your family have connections to the occult? A sound of surprise jutted from Dempsey's throat. How did you come to the conclusion? Naomi put space in between them, her hands on her hips. Hello? The iconography, the decor, the fact that Eval has the same hair as Miko Korakam. What? Dempsey laughed. Who's Miko Korakam? Naomi's eyes made a loop in their sockets. Only the hottest lead singer of the metal band Deadful Gravestones. They are way into the occult and gothic culture. Their music is pure poetry. Huh. So that explains why you're so open with the family. So, in a way, you and your family are a cult. Her arms crossed her chest. You could have told me. Dempsey's smile was more of a grimace. My family isn't easily understood, and I was concerned you wouldn't either. Besides, we have rules, but they do like you. Forgive me? Well, I really like them too. Thank you. Naomi rubbed her cheek against his, purring. I'll forgive you, as long as you don't sacrifice me. And her eyelashes fluttered when she met his gaze. If you kiss me. Dempsey's deep chuckle was cut short when his lips connected with Naomi's. Dun dun dun.
That was cute. That was adorable. I love that, Luna. Oh my god, that was adorable.
No, I'm still for run for it. Run! Save yourself! Never mind. Stay. They've already got their hooks in you.
Just dock
Have the bread. Have the bread pudding. It's
flags to
fine.
cute. That's what I was hoping for. I was hoping it was going to turn out cute.
I guess it just goes to show if it smells like a cult, acts like a cult, looks like a cult, it's a cult.
It's a cult, but apparently they have good food and apparently good tasting music. I don't know. But most cults
And
do to a certain point. As long as it's a little C, not big C, and they drink coffee, not Kool-Aid. I mean, like, let's face it. That cyanide, that cyanide bath is not my idea of fun.
Occult. Yes, not a cult, it's occult.
No, yeah,
Thank you,
yeah.
Spencer.
No, I was saying it the way I was saying it on purpose. But yes, absolutely correct. Just because something is based in occultism does not mean that it is a cult.
I think everyone really liked that one.
I,
I liked it.
I was on the edge going, what the fuck? What the fuck? And then like you're not beating the rap. You're not like you didn't deny it. He didn't deny it. Uh, like and then she loves it. So like okay, I guess yeah. Doc's right. Red flags to green. Red flags to green. Spinny! Spin, spin, spin. Yeah, that was the best part, Doc. That was my favorite soul.
That was hilarious. Oh, I've loved that. Oh my gosh.
C.M. Weller.
Are you taking this one or am I? I am. Okay. All right, all right, all right. Give me a second here. Okay, okay. Okay. Oh. Mm. There's no document attached to this. Bitzer. Can you resend it? There's nothing there. I'm like, where'd it go? Or am I
Yeah,
not seeing it?
nope. I opened it too to confirm because we often like are we blind? Nope. We blind, but not on this one.
Okay, Bitzer. I'm sorry. Um,
I mean, we got the word count and the content warning. But it apparently didn't attach properly.
it happens. I've
I
had it
mean,
happen before.
while I, I mean,
Self-scaling store. Evidently.
so here's what we're gonna do. While Bitzer gets that oh, there we go. Should be
Yep, there it is. Okay.
there it is with an attachment. Okay. I'm running to the bathroom, muting. I don't know what's happening with Julie's camera at this current moment, but that may be on purpose. So I've got ears on. I can hear. I know what's happening, Bitzer.
Okay. So this one's okay. She'd suffered the shaving blade with stoicism. She had spent every night for 5 months trying to catch seed, one night per warrior. She'd even had her belly tattooed with the sigils for growth. But Yakto's words were true. Nothing grew inside. Her blood always shed. Yakto herself ritually cut the sigils herself at Porgok's sixth bleeding, packing the slashes with white clay and salt so that the scars would persist. They healed with white marks across the black ink, and now Porguch was a shield warrior, one who protected the tribe by rooting out the idiot knife ears, ruining the tribal lands. She was no longer a woman, she was a warrior. Her shaved hair would stuff some creature's hide and give someone else rest. Porguch's bed would be the wild ground. Her pillow would be her own arm. Her blanket would be a pile of wild foliage, but only in winter and just to keep the snow off. Her new duty was to hunt and kill threats to the tribe. Therefore, she had to be tough. She joined the other warriors by the riding hog pens. New recruit, said shield leader Hukta. Do you expect a bright metal blade and a riding hog straight away? Not at all, said Porgok. I know I have to earn those. Hukta nodded, sending his top knot swinging. Smart warrior. You know your duty and you know your rank. You get a club and you run with the shield. Only the best get a battle hog to ride. I know, said Porgok, and marched to the stand where the clubs rested. She knew she wasn't strong enough for the stone ones. Not yet. So she chose the wooden ones to test, torn from a knife ear tall tree and shaped by the mothers of the tribe. Porguch tested three for weight before she found one with a heft that would have impact without tiring or straining her arm. Good for repetitive use until she built her muscles and could swing a stone one. New blood, called Hupta. Line up. Porguch rushed to the bright place, club in hand, but not carried dangerously. She was the only woman among four men. Not a woman anymore. She may bleed like one, but she was also expected to bleed like any other warrior who fought for the tribe. If any enemy cut her, then she would have killed at least two of them first. You think you're a shield warrior, do you? Challenged Hupta. Do you think you're the going to belt the knife ears back to the soft south all on your own? Targ, still bloody from his manhood ceremony, held up a stone club in a trembling arm and shouted, Yeah! Put that down, boy. You'll hurt yourself, chided Hukta, and go fetch a wooden one. There is no shame in knowing your limits. The rest of you were smart about picking your club. Or did you want to look like a big man in front of everyone? Two sheepishly joined Targ at the stand to exchange their selected clubs. The sole other sensible warrior offered Hukta his wooden club for inspection. Nice to know there's a brain inside that skull. Good. Hukta waited for the other three to return with their lighter weapons. You've all run to catch your meat, and you might think this is the same. It's not. You do not stop at killing one invader. You kill as many as you can. You kill the grown knife ears, and you do not stop until they are gone. You know, who knows how to tell the grown ones from the children? The four new men looked at each other. Porgooch blurted, "The children have short hair." "Right," said Hukta, frowning a little in puzzlement. No new blood should know what Porgooch just said. "The real danger is the knife ear wearing one of these." He held up a silver circle. Impossibly round, it was like the circle hanging from Porgooch's neck. It had a single spike and a gemstone at its peak. The whole thing looked like it could snap with the wrong pressure. When you see a knife ear wearing this, you call for help. The cry is Thorn. Do you understand? All five chorused, "Yes, shield leader." "Do you understand why?" Targ said, "Never face a bear alone, shield leader. Leader. Ah, so there are some brains rattling around in that head. Better. Remember, this is not the hunting run. This is the camp run to carry what we need all day, and we will need all day. The next knife ear tree is 5 days away before they can hear us. 2 more before we kill them and root them out." Were they moving now? With 5 new warriors in shield ranks? No training, no games of skill, just movement? "You'll learn along the way," said Hukta. "And you will have to learn along the way because for every 10 knife ears we kill, one of our own pays with their life. We move fast, we move quietly, and we attack at bare light when they can't see us coming. Join ranks." There were 5 mounted in the immense battle swine, 5 more with bows and blades, another 5 with slings and blades, and 5 with stone clubs. 25 in all, and Hukta in the lead, with the banner pole strapped to his back. Who knelt on the shoulders of his own grizzled boar and called, "This is not about any one of you. It's about what's best for the tribe. Sound 3, and what are we?" All of them together chanted, "Warriors, warriors, warriors. Move." They did not move in a throng, but in a line, each grabbing a pack of supplies from that grandmother waiting by the borders of the camp. 5 waited in the lines on each side, each pack of 5 split to the other side from the one in front. Porgooch, third in her line, reached out to the third grandmother. She slung the pack onto her shoulder without missing a step, though she had to dodge around Rock because he stopped to put his on. She swapped the hand holding her club as she put her other arm through the other strap, then jammed it against her shoulder to tie the waist straps. Not a step was missed, not a beat skipped. Pack secure, she held her club in both hands and she ran, using her elbows to keep balance, keeping pace with the trotting battle swine. Her breast cover started to slip once she built up a sweat. She let it. The most important thing was keeping pace with the shield. If she had to do that with her bosom flapping as she ran, so be it. Safety was always in the group. No warrior birthed themselves, fed themselves, cared for themselves when they were sick. No tribesperson clothed, sheltered, or nursed themselves. They were all stronger together. Warriors fighting to survive in the cruel world. Parguch arrived at the first stop with one breast exposed. She tucked herself back in, and while Hukta rounded up the other new bloods, she took the chance to fasten her breast cover to her spirit gift. It was made of hard root. It would hold for long enough. When she was back at the tribe's camp, she would get a better breast cover. one that would hold over days and nights of running. Hukta berated the stragglers for letting themselves become vulnerable and spread out. They could turn back to camp in shame, or they could choose improvement on the next leg of the day. None turned back. They all sat to rest and eat. Each had their own kelp, pounded meat, fat, and fruit wrapped in hard root dough and boiled until it was puffy, and then baked in a pot until it was golden. One per rest and just enough water to slake her thirst, and some time to squat over a hole while she changed the absorbent fibers in her blood belt. The used ones went in the hole with the rest of her leavings, buried to become part of the stew. She couldn't be a mother, not of anyone grown inside her, but by the gods, she would be a damn good shield warrior. They ran from dawn to dusk with 3 breaks to rest while the sun shone. At night, they huddled together with the hogs for warmth, with the stars and the lights in the sky for a blanket. Some called them sky snakes, but Porguch, they looked like ghost cliffs. By the time they finished the 5th day long run, they could believe they were better than the first. They were also on the edge of the knife ear lands. Be still and silent, whispered Hukta. I must find their markings and break them. He opened a small pouch at his waist, taking out a shiny, rounded stone. It gleamed gray in the twilight before he held it tight in his fist. Porguch hid in the low plants and watched the shield leader crawl on his belly to a standing stone. The fist that held the gleaming rock rapped the stone 3 times. Something snapped. Porguch could feel it inside her nose and under her eyes. The hair on her arms and legs stood on end. Hukta stood, tucking the gleaming stone into his pouch. Warriors, he chanted, calling them all to act. Warriors, warriors. Poor Gooch joined the chant as she rose, following the battle swine as all 26 of them charged into Knife Ear territory. The crowned beasts could pass, but not if they had a knife ear astride them. Those got taken down and the knife ear put to death. No warning threat, no mercy, not for the grown ones who should know better. Honorable kills. Porguch's first kill was a knife ear that had managed to get behind the battle swine and ready a bow. Her club turned to the creature's head into a splash of blood and bone. Meat to be wasted, true, but also necessary waste to protect the tribe. She kept her eyes open for a knife ear with the silver thorn, but spent her energy on killing any knife ear that got in her way. Their screams sounded like children. They were invaders. They befouled the land. They ruined tribal crops. They grew things that should never grow. The tree was tall as a mountain, wider than the camp, and vomiting knife ears in a chaotic tumble. The fancy ones with long hair were targets. The ones with shorter hair, Porguch couldn't believe it. That running knife ear was the one from her dreams. The same short, bright orange hair like the mountain men's medal. The same dress made for someone half a hand taller and one hand wider. A child with a pack on her back running like hell for the split toe crowned invader beasts. Not holding a weapon, holding aloft something round and shiny, something from one of the invader trees. She shouted something in her birdsong tongue, her eyes firmly on a crown beast. Not noticing Rock approaching her from behind, his pizzle loose from his loincloth up and waggling as he walked. Poor Gooch felt her blood boil. He could take out his stress on her. It would never take root, and it would keep the rest of the shield from suffering his endless nighttime yapping. Rack had heard too many stories of ancient wars where a warrior could take a woman from a conquered tribe. He repeated too many of them, too. It in vivid and extended detail. Honestly, Poguch would let him mount just to shut him up. But to mount a child, even if it was an enemy child, that was not the code of honor. Poor Gooch caught up with Rock just as he pinned the child from her spirit quest. She didn't think, she just swung. His head did not splash. It dented as his body fell away from the screaming knife-eared child, the very same one from poor Gooch's visions. Her terrified eyes fixed on poor Gooch's chest, where the spirit gift kept up her breast cover. Rack breathed his last, a terrifying gurgle that stood out against the rest of the battle noise. She had just killed a tribesmate. She had just killed a fellow shield warrior. That was a crime worthy of death. She had no choice. She crammed her club between her back and her pack and lifted up the knife-eared child onto her shoulders. There was only one choice: take the key to her future and run. The child on her shoulders was light but loud, screaming as she kicked and punched at poor Gooch. It made little difference. The child's punches were lighter than a baby's. Behind her, she heard the call, "Thorn! Thorn!" If she kept running, then the rest of the shield would never find her. They'd be too busy chasing after the knife ears to worry about this one. They'd be too busy with battle to worry about her. For a heartbeat, poor Gooch almost turned back, almost joined her fellow warriors in smashing the most dangerous knife ear of them all. She had killed one of her own. Then they found out, and they would find out. Poor Gooch would be lucky to be in exile. That heartbeat stopped her briefly, made her hesitate for one stumbling step. Poor Gooch clung tight to the screaming knife ear and raced onwards moving at camp moving speed, no mind on a direction other than away. Away from her fellow shields, away from the knife ears and their impossible tree, away from her tribe. She was a criminal. She had killed a tribe's member, and she had killed a shield. She had betrayed her tribe. Yet this knife ear was a track that poor Gooch had to follow. She ran on, far out of the tribe's roaming lands, not daring to stop even when the knife ear grew still and quiet on her shoulder. She only stopped when the power drained from her muscles and her feet screamed for rest. Poor Gooch collapsed into a mossy hillock, setting down both pack and knife ear on a neighboring one. The knife ear was just as trembling and terrified as in the dream realm, the only difference being the daylight and the blood splashes on her pale brown face. The knife ear chirped words in her tongue at poor Gooch, a jumble of unintelligible sounds that made no sense as the poor slight creature gasped and gibbered as she curled in on herself. "You don't understand warrior speak," poor Gooch murmured. "You don't know anything." The knife ear chirped once more, louder, anxiously curling tighter on herself and shielding her head with her arms. This was going to take some time. Poor Gooch tapped her breastbone and said her name, waited for the knife ear to peak, repeated the motion and sound, waiting for the trembling knife ear to understand. They were slow. The knife ear slowly uncurled, awkwardly repeated, "Porga?" "Close enough." Poor Gooch nodded and carefully tapped the knife ear. "Phil," said Phil, and pointed to the circle of hard root that poor Gooch wore. There was a lot of chirping. What would happen if she gave the spirit gift back to the giver? What the fuck's the rest? Where's the fuck's the rest? There's no more. There's no more.
Sam Weller, to the front. Oh, you're lucky. Ad starts in 5. Oh my God. Yes, another 404 arrow. Thank you, Doc, over in the Discord. 404. What? What in tarnation? No, more! More! Uh, J-
That was kind of worth the whole gaff with the email. Thank you, Bitzer.
Oh, you went over by 6 words. Whoop-de frick. At least you didn't end right in the middle of a sentence. And for anyone who does that, just remember, Lino with the chair. Lino with the chair. You stop mid sentence. We gonna have words. Yes, I do have some metal pipes.
Oh, my earbud is starting to die.
How much of a head start do you get? I suppose it's depends on if I have your address or not. And I'm gathering addresses, by the way.
Oh, I need to get my charger for my computer.
Okay. I mm, mm, it's her. Okay, so I started to hear knife ears and I was like, "Wait, what's happening? Who Wait, okay, this was entitled Interspecies Relationships." And I'm like, "Okay, but which one was this? Which one was this?" I'm racking my brain. And then I'm going, "Okay, wait. uh, These the orcs? These the orcs. Elf, knife ear equals elf. Okay, wait a minute. This is the bad guys. Wait a minute. This is the bad guys. I don't like it when I'm in bad guys' heads. That's half the reason I'm having some struggles with Whisper of Fear because I hate getting into Darnell and Brian's headspace. It's not fun living there. But 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 I like this warrior. This amuses me. Proceed.
Okay. If Z writes something with Xenia, you're reading it, Izzy. I can't even do that any justice.
Oh, the stutter?
Mm-hmm.
Well, so here's the crazy thing, right? Since we've got an ad here starting in just a moment. Um there's stuttering and then there's stumbling over words. And those two things I don't do naturally. It takes effort to read Zinnia. So the fact that you all enjoy it, that's frankly because of how well Bitzer puts the stutter on page. Does very, very
For
well at that.
me, it's very hard. And I think that's because I naturally stutter on top of everything else.
That's entirely possible. That is a common thing. Maybe Mercedes, maybe it's Maybelline. Well, there is that. I mean, I just asked Kesh. I was like, "Kesh, I need you to take me to Ulta because I need to girl, and I don't know how to girl."
I mean, there's only so much I can do.
Are you saying I'm a lost cause?
No, I am saying you can take a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. There's only so much I can do.
I'm a lost
You
cause.
you gotta find what girling is for you.
Yeah, and this is true. I mean, I've literally only used that foundation, like, twice since we
And
bought
it's too
it.
dark for me. Like I could put my lightener in it and I think it would still be too dark.
Um, and it's fine. It's just it's part of the whole thing of putting it on. I'm
Mhm.
like, I still feel like I'm looking at a clown, right? So until I
Mhm.
get past that, gonna be an issue. Um, well, see, it's not about blemishes for me, doc. It's about the fact that right around here, my skin is really yellowish. So it's just evening the tone.
It
Um,
Foundation can be skin tone evening. It can also be UV protection. A lot of um, foundations, they're not they don't have UV ingredients, but if you do it right, it can help a little bit with
mhm.
that. But also, there are some out there with UV protection. I can't use any of those. They make me break the fuck out.
Right.
Because I can't use mineral sunscreens, and they all have mineral sunscreen in them.
And the one that she helped me pick out by About Face, uh it actually goes on really smooth and it doesn't feel like I have foundation on my face all day. Um so it's that's one of the big things. Um and it's really kind of translucent. So it's just evening out the tone. Um my other problem is I'm usually waking up, throwing on clothes, grabbing my shit, running out the door, hoping that I make it to work on time. So, there is that.
I was supposed to buy new foundation this week, but could not because I had an
Uh-oh.
unexpected expense this week. But that's
Oh,
fine. It's
yes.
fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Well, bits
Because I
are
know how to.
when you're translucent, just ask Kesh. She knows how that goes.
Yeah, you can see my veins through my skin.
Oh.
Actually, Doc, you're probably reacting to the talc, and a lot of formulas are going talc free because talc has asbestos in it, and the EU is outlawing talc in makeup. So a lot of companies are like now scrambling to get talc out of their formulas to be compliant because they want to be sold in the EU.
Mhm. Plus on top of that, you've got the people in
Yep.
America flocking to European and Asian brands
Hmm.
because they have stricter regulations.
Hey, Doc, look for formulas that are talc free. Um, I don't know if Urban Decay's gone talc free yet, but I like their formula because it's really soft and yeah, like talcum powder, like baby powder.
Which, you know what? Now that you say that, that might have been the problem that I was having with Elf all those years ago.
That's what I was trying to tell you.
I know, but like it wasn't registering. I was just like, I just no. My
Um,
eyes feel itchy.
but yeah, if you just do like some Google for talc free eyeshadows and talc free brands, they'll give you some brands that are going talc free. and where you can get them. But the problem with talc is that a lot of times the magnesium silicate, yeah, exactly. Well, a lot of times they'll have like lines of asbestos like mixed in with the talc, and you can't separate them like 100%. So that's why, and everyone knows asbestos not cool. So
100.
I mean, I've thought about just like either recording myself and doing like answering people's questions or something and just posting them on my channel, or just going live like at 6 o'clock in the morning when I'm doing my makeup to go to work. I'd have one person watching. Well, maybe more. I don't know. I see some of you still awake in your Discord in the mornings when I wake up. Bitzer and Death and I believe it's Doc. Yes, good going, Doc. But yeah, just look for talc-free makeup. Yeah,
Doc
I
makes
could.
a very valid point.
Yeah, I could.
I mean, the number of get ready with me streams that are out there and videos and
Mhm.
mixing the 2. I mean, I'm finding a wonderful cross section of reader, writer, and K-pop enthusiast, and I
Yeah,
feel seen.
there's a huge like intersection between like writers and like um reading reviewers and people in the makeup community. So it's kind of an overdone, like flooded field. So I'm kind of like, I always feel like I'm late to the party.
No, that's fair, but Doc's talking about, specifically writing, whereas
Oh,
those are a
yeah.
lot of review, that's the whole reading bit, but
Um, oh gosh, what's her name? I follow her. I know who you're
yeah, the
talking
one that
about, Doc.
does crime stories, she tells them
Yeah.
so entertainingly.
Yeah, she
Alright,
does.
well, we
Suspish.
yeah, uh, yeah, and drag them over here for more
Bailey
spoilers.
Sarian.
There we go. Alright, so now that I've taken my medication, an hour and a half late, but I took it because the last couple of nights I have been forgetting. So, here we go. 3 left. Click. Duck. Sorry, I couldn't swallow there for a minute.
That's how I feel every day when I wake up.
No, it was like couldn't breathe and I couldn't swallow.
Oh, whoops. Not good. Take a minute.
Oh, we've all been there. Okay.
Yeah, we've all been there.
Taya, I'm supposed to smile to everyone and wave, like a princess who loses her slipper at midnight. Well, I hate to burst your balls, but the weirdo meter decided to go off the charts today. The sun beat the devil out of me and gross sweat rolled off me. But I'd rather stay concealed than take this hoodie off. The chatter ripped through my forehead into my noggin, tearing any sense of privacy I had left. Someone needed to go to the dentist on Tuesday. Their friend hoped that nobody heard her fart. Gross. Lady, we can all smell it. I cover my nose as I pass, and I evade her horror struck eyes. People walked past me, preferring to pay attention to the flea market. But I needed to get out of here. I kept my head low, despite my neck getting sore, and tried to recite the telltale heart word for word. My vision blurred, but not from tears. I wasn't much of a crier. I needed to get to the shoreline ASAP. I glanced at an upcoming bench. An old man sat with a shade. The fleshless creep mimicked the old man, tossing seeds to the ground. A shiver wiggled down my spine. I grimaced. The shade had four tendrils for arms and one eye. It blinked or winked at me. No, not at me, to something approaching. Her white hair waved as if a breeze brushed by, even though the air stilled. Her feet were bare, her skin an unnatural periwinkle. The old man and shade bowed their heads as she approached. They handed her seeds, sunflower, and she pocketed them in her plain dress. No words were exchanged. She waved to the shade, and it waved back. When I blinked, she was gone. I fleet my gaze back to the brick road, hands stuffed in my pockets. Nymph. Maybe the nymphs knew what was wrong with me. I walked up to the curb, waiting for the light to switch. When it flipped to white, I ran. When I got to the other side, I could hear her, Mrs. Schreier. Her brassy voice cracked through the salty wind as she boomed a hello to the husband feeding pigeons. She would see me if I didn't do something. My legs wouldn't move as the sidewalk gained more pedestrians, and some jerkwad bumped into me. I jerked my head so fast my vision blurred for a second. Oh, so sorry. Taya? I tugged down my sunglasses to get a better look. The man of my dreams. Or rather, he was a man that kept appearing in my dreams over and over. He wasn't even my type. We went to the same middle school, but he always sat in the back row. He was kind of tall, covered in freckles, and half his eyebrow was missing. Salamander? He winced when I uttered that name, and I tried not to peer in his mind, but I don't know how to control this damn thing. I don't even know how I got it. Were the nymphs playing tricks on me? Today of all days? I really wish someone would forget that stupid chemistry incident. Bet she forgot my name, too. I rolled my eyes. Ew, rude. I mean, yeah, I did, but that's beside the point. His half brow arched. You did what? I didn't. Mrs. Schreier's busybody heels clipped the concrete closer and closer. I knew those heels anywhere. I don't even think. I just wrapped my arms around Salamander and holy crap, he smells so good. Good, morning, Mrs. Schreier. Humph, the woman sneered, sticking up her nose as she passed us by. No use talking to you, Mr. Martin. Martin, right. The guy who treats shades like they're puppies. And Mrs. Schreier went on her way, completely oblivious to my presence. It was like Salamander, I mean Martin, was a smokescreen. Perfect. I slinked off him and beamed from ear to ear. Martin, right? I asked. Go otters? Right, he answered. He was growing suspicious of me. No, wait. He was already suspicious of me when I hugged him. I needed to dial way down if I wanted him to stick around. I glanced over his shoulder, sweaty hands tucked in my pockets as Mrs. Schreier clopped away from earshot. He tried to sidestep me, but I did one of those, oops, sorry, I'm in the way, stepping dances until he gave up. Any remaining warmth from his voice evaporated. He was as cuddly as a porcupine. What do you want, Taya? Help, I say. The word is like bile on my tongue. But if it'll keep me in the smoke screen, then I'll sing like a canary if I have to. From you. His I'm suspicious of you radar hit the skies. And I chew on my lip as more new information pours into my head. I shouldn't be hearing anything. I shouldn't know that he thinks I'm lying or that he thinks I'm trying to pull him into community work, but he's intrigued when I say the word help. What can Elm Martin do for you, Taya? He asked. Elm Martin, the guy who fosters shades. Why? Shades are creepy. When my shade manifested, I screamed so fast for my dad. It just had way too many eyes and a razor sharp beak, and it wouldn't leave me alone. I, well, need to go to the shoreline. He pointed his thumb. It's an 8-minute walk that way. 8 minutes of dodging people on flea market day? Absolutely the fuck not. No, no, I mean, come with me to the shoreline. Martin scowled. Can't. What do you mean can't? Can't or won't? I insist. You're very not you. Are you okay? I resist the urge to crumble. The swarm of people continued with their chatter, and the more my mind tapped into others, the more I understood that fakeness was an armor. I used to think fakeness was a thin layer of plastic that wrapped around Wonder Bread. Instead, it's hard, firm, and reflective. I huffed a sigh. Fine. It's just a little stuffy today. So take the jacket off. You're full of brilliant ideas, Martin. We should really bounce some of them and see if something lands. On the way to the shoreline? He shook his head. You forgot, didn't you? Why was he so against going to the shoreline? It was just a little water. Forgot what? It's not my job to remind you. Enjoy your sweaty walk. He swooped around me, tried to make a break for it, but I caught his arm on his second sidestep. Oh, okay. I sighed. Okay, I forgot. And yeah, I'm acting weird. Something happened today. What day is today? My head tilted with the weight of confusion. Wednesday?
Dang, hold on.
Okay, we're looks like we're back up.
There we go.
Don't scare me like
There we go.
that.
Look, internet scared me. It blipped. Okay. My head tilted with the weight of confusion. Wednesday? Woe's day. Who did Elm lose that day? Please don't let me find out like this. I shouldn't know something like that. I'd hate it if he found out about my mom. I snapped my mouth open. Wait, before you spiral into those thoughts, something's happened. To me, I don't know how to explain it. Try. I took a deep breath. I woke up today and then clamped my mouth shut. He's gonna think I'm mental. Fascinating. So did I. I slapped my hand onto my hip. I can read minds, okay? There. I said it. I thought the nymphs did it. His lower lip went slack in awe. The bus rolled into a screeching halt. Yeah, I know how nuts I sound, okay? And you want me to help because I shut my eyes. Because people will avoid you. I know it's fucked up, but on one condition. Okay. Get your dad to lift Shade's curfew. My throat went dry. My dad, who is also known as the mayor. What? I asked in disbelief. The shades need more time out. They're getting restless. I shook my head. Ew, no. Then no dice. He shrugged me off and stomped past the cookie merchant. The scent of freshly baked cookies entwined into a passing breeze, and my stomach whined. How long has it been since I ate? I jostled the thought away and tried to keep up Elm's pace. Please don't make me beg. You know my condition, Elm said plainly. I can't do that. He shrugged, and his nonchalantness was starting to seriously piss me off. Then I can't help. But he turned on me and grabbed my hoodie. I squeaked. If you hadn't noticed, this isn't about you, he whispered. His tone shifted into dangerous territory. It's about what's best for all of us. The more we contain the shades, the more restless they'll get. They'll riot. My eyes widened. And that's what my dad wants, I whispered. Okay, I'm sorry. This is a perfect thing because Doc was talking about how, ignore the error icon. No, this is a perfect spot for the error icon because 404! 404! Dun dun dun! What? The shades can hear people's thoughts.
I beg your
The
funnest
shades
pardon?
are gonna fucking riot, and oh my god, just realize that that's what her dad actually wants. Why does her dad actually want these creepy ass fucking shades to riot? And Elm's trying to keep an eye out for the shades because otherwise we're all gonna be fucked. Why the fuck are we all gonna be fucked if the shades riot? Good god, this and then when her shade showed up, she went running to dad, and now dad, who is mayor of the town, is freaking what? Also gonna say,
Yeah, what
Doc,
has he said?
when you get out of your own fucking way, you create gold like this.
Uh-huh.
This this oh when you don't overthink it, this feels effortless. This is effortless.
To stop it, like drop it.
Huh?
Doc, the story.
Oh god, just
All right.
oh, it was effortless. There was not the only reason I stumbled on a couple of them is because I lost breath because I was just so freaking into it. Your dialogue it was just effortless. It was too snarky. It's closer to you. When we write what we know, what we understand, it's damn near effortless. And that was effortless to read.
That it is. That it is.
Fuck my internet stopping where it did. Jesus. Fuck.
A duck.
Screw a kangaroo. I'm not finishing that.
Hopaloo.
Wilhelm F. Ruffy. I know he said that he ran out of time to watch. So hopefully now that we're back in business, um I may be poking back in briefly. Briefly. Well, you're up next.
That's convenient.
Very convenient, and it's your turn.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. This has got foreign-based names in it.
This is it the same one that you read during the
No.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right.
You're better at this style of foreign words than I am. And Sticks, thank you for your offer, but we are almost done. May just
It
make you
just it
jump
just
up here more often, right from the get-go.
I just needed a break.
Sorry, I'm over here dealing with some stuff.
Okay. Raucous cheer and rowdy conversations rang through the cavernous hall of King Domzav. Is that the third? By bonfire light, he and his
The ill.
courtiers celebrated
The ill.
the ill.
ILL.
Oh,
Like the
okay.
terrible Ivan the Terrible,
Okay.
Domzav the
I
ill.
see that now. It looked like three eyes, like the third. By bonfire light, he and his courtiers celebrated yet another year of his reign, a gift of the gods, some said, in light of his cough and the weakening sickness which still plagued him every few months. The graying man sat upon the throne at the head of the festivities, his beard stained with bits of fallen food and dampened by spilled drink. Flanking him were his two most trusted lieutenants. To the right of his king sat the iron gray haired and mustachioed Jarl of High Lake, Vamka, who held his personal domains, the northern expanses of the Isles. To his left was Count Senol the Impaler, a pale, rail thin man with bloodshot eyes and a penchant for violence. Who oversaw the continental holdings despite his mere count rank. Senol was fiercely loyal to his king, and despite his numerous affairs and openly consorting with prostitutes, the man had sired only a single son. And if that son should perish, then his land shall pass to me. Male Aesod thought, shuffling through the crowd with the natural motions of those moving to and fro. He passed by several tables of the notable locals who had piled in for the celebration, toasting one man and briefly dancing with a drunken woman. Slowly, he eased his way toward the table just below the highest one. Here, here, the offspring of those who ruled the realm had come together. At one side sat Domz- Domzav's two younger children, his daughter Bothie and still a thin waif, and son Botnik, who Botnik, yeah, Botnik, who was beginning to sprout into manhood. Both had the dark red hair and short noses of their mother. Both too bore pox scars from their brush with the deadly illness. The daughter hid hers with a fluffy scarf, while the son pulled up the fluffy collars of his coat and sank down to conceal his offending cheek. Beside them sat the elder son of Vidkamp, his heir, Witlin, who still had the dark hair his father had lost. He was sloshing back and forth, chortling with the fair-haired daughter of the local magistrate, whose name Isod did not know. He did, though, know the names of the last two. Kalir, son of the king and heir to the crown, a bright-haired boy with a short nose and pleasant green eyes. He drank with Wistad, son of Sanal, a wiry lad like his father who dyed his hair to hide its true color. Tonight he sported curly, pale locks, though the sweat stains hinted that the darker hue was natural. Hold on just a second. Sorry about that. It will soon no longer matter, Asad thought, carefully steering himself through the crowd. He measured every step, calculated every arm swing. For one wrong move, one misstep, and my death shall be horrendous. At last he arrived within reach of his goal, a few paces from the boy. He slipped an ampule of poison into his hand, the glass heavy against his fingers, and as his eyes darted to the impaler at the high table. One wrong step. That was when the serving girl swept past him, holding a tray with several cups. And one had the special wine which Senol and his spawn favored. Isod slipped in front of her, feigning a misstep as he cracked the ampule and dripped the deadly poison into the drink. One heartbeat was all it took, and one simple step, and then he was away, letting the crowd carry him back as the serving girl passed out fresh cups to the lower table. It was harrowing. It was harrowing, assailing the air of the impaler, but Isad knew Isad had not gotten so far in life without taking a few gambles, even ones with terrible consequences for losing. He slowly drifted to a nearby table where he took a seat, breathing out a sigh of relief as he made a subtle sign to ward against evil. The cups spread out across the table, Wisted taking his and swirling the poison in his hand. That was when Celia took hold of it, chuckling. What say we trade drinks, my friend? Only if you let me tip the cup into your lips and yours into mine, Wisted replied, rising from the bench. Cold shot through the mare, followed by the heat of panic as Prince Celia held up his own silver goblet. The mare leapt to his feet and pushed through the crowd, shoving others from his path as the two linked arms as old as friends, or as old friends. That was when Isod tripped and fell into a serving girl, the woman shrieking as a man seized hold of him, bellowing, Careful, you drunken lout! The mayor watched in horror as the cups of wine were switched around. The king's elder son taking a long drink of poison while Wisted's son drank fine ale. For several heartbeats, nothing happened, a faint hope prickling in Isod that perhaps the poison hadn't been so potent. Then Cellier coughed and did not stop, his face turning blue as another shriek echoed through the hall. King Domzov rose from his throne, looking down as he uttered, Great Hangman's Ghost, what is happening? I don't know, Wisted screamed. Send for a doctor now. Shouts for a physician echoed through the hall, but it was too late. Domzev leapt down to the table below and cradled his son as Cellier retched blood. He stroked his father's cheek, faced the color of raw meat, and then lay still. Domzov made a rasping noise, dropping his son to the ground and clutching his chest. With a cough of his own, his flesh turning ghostly white, he collapsed upon his son. Dead silence filled the air, save for Bodnik, Winstead, and Botne beginning to weep. I'm going to stop here for an aside. Death, if you're watching this, um, who touched the prince?
No, nobody can hear me. It connection went wonky. Repeat what you said. Your message to Death's Head.
I said, Death, if you're watching this on the rebroadcast, or if Bitzer doesn't mind passing it along, Bitzer puts the pronunciation after each name, and it helps a lot. And I'm because I'll forget a pronunciation very easily. So I'm sorry if I'm butchering the names. So, who touched the prince's cup? Sanol demanded, the impaler stepping into the aisle, fury blazing from his bloodshot eyes. Answer me! I caught this man rushing to the prince, sir. The man holding Ailsud uttered. The impaler marched up to the mayor. Ailsad, knowing the odds, tried to slip the ampule into his mouth and swallow, but a blow from the man holding him knocked him senseless to the ground. There, Saynol's dexterous fingers quested over his body until they found the ampule. He lifted it into the air, uttering, "We must prepare for 3 funerals and a coronation." A raven's call broke Botnik from his restless slumber. He sat bolt upright, trembling as his blue eyes flicked over the chamber. His father's chamber, the tall roof of the hall marking the walls bend inward to meet at the pinnacle. Cold fell upon him as light trickled through the horn window at the other end of the room, lighting up the desk where his father had done his private work, the little shrine to the gods for private communion, and the set of armor with shield and sword upon a mannequin. Fighting the urge to pull the blanket over himself, Bodnik Bodnik swallowed, swung his legs over the side, and rose. After taking a deep breath, he stepped to the wardrobe, finding his own clothing where his father's had once hung. He quickly dressed, then filled a bowl with cold water from a bone pitcher. With soap, his father's mirror, and a razor, he scraped the stubble from his face and washed. Only then did he open the door and brave the hallway. His feet carried him down the corridor along the slanted wall. More light fell in as he passed by the doors to the servants' room, the girls' room, and the one he had until 3 nights before shared with his brother and baby cousin. The planks creaked under his feet, a jape from Celia ringing through his head as though it had just been spoken. Careful while sneaking, little brother, Celia had chuckled, rubbing Bodnik's hair. You want to wake the dead? I do. I want to wake the dead, Bodnik uttered, stepping quickly down the steep stairs. The scent of breakfast carried through the air, sizzling bacon, bubbling oatmeal, and frying potatoes. His stomach growled, his father's voice telling him, "You'll never grow so tall and strong as Cellier if you don't eat enough." Bodnik quickened his pace and his hands shaking when he arrived in the dining hall. His lady mother, Orvara, a graying woman with only a few lines on her face, was already there with his sister, Both, Bofe, both picking at their plates. The former laid her arm across the chair beside her, while the latter flashed him a thin smile. Feeling drained already, Bodnik took a seat opposite them and pulled up a steaming plate. He took he took picked he took picked he took picked he then picked at it with a knife, his appetite fleeting him. Is the window still leaking? Ovaris asked hesitantly. I tried sending a workman up there to replace the horn, but I wonder if his efforts were worthwhile. The room is cold, but no more so than usual, Bodnik murmured, at last forcing himself to take a mouthful. The doors clattered open, two figures stepping across the threshold. For one all too brief moment, Budnik was convinced his brother had come back to life, and then he saw that it was Senol and Wisted. For the Count's son had taken to wearing Celier's clothing, carrying his sword, and was letting his beard grow out. And behind them, they dragged the prisoner Isad. A tremor rolled through Bodnik as the taste of ash was in his mouth. He forced himself to swallow as Ovara pushed her to her feet, and Bothe, Bothe followed, or quailed. What's the meaning of this? Ovara cried, leveling her finger at Senol. It has been 3 days, Senol replied. Bodnik is presumptive king, and this man slew his father and brother both. A short mourning period is understandable, but every Bodnik gritted his teeth, forcing his tongue to obey him. And every day he lives is a strike against me. Yes, I know. Then shall we have a trial for him? Wisted asked gravely, his voice low and haunted. Bodnik looked Sanol in the eyes, a thought passing between them. The Count cleared his throat, rasping, King Bodnik, I ask again, what shall be done? It seems to me that the poison was intended for your son, Bodnik replied. Then I shall give the poisoner into your custody to be dealt with. Aislud quailed, whispering, Please, mercy. I'm afraid there's none for poisoners and betrayers. The impaler put a hand on his shoulder, a ghoulish grin curling his lips as his eyes glowed. But I have a seat for you. Please, enough, Ovara gasped, her eyes flicking to her daughter. You needn't. No, no, he does need, Bodnik said. The world is harsh. She needs to know that. He speared more of his breakfast, forcing himself to eat as he thought, we all do. The gentle trickle of the river Mornington echoed through the warm autumn air as Sir Winstead and his father oversaw the execution of the former mayor Izot. Impaler and his son helped to raise the sharpened tree trunk. Sainol ascended a ladder to apply the grease while Winstead made sure the foundation was steady. Grunts and muted cries echoed through the air as Ilslad, I- Il, Islad, Islad? Islad was brought forward. Wisted looked into the eyes of the man who had stolen his king, his friend, and perhaps peace in the whole realm. And he felt nothing, just a hollow emptiness in his heart, like his body had become a bell and someone had tapped his side. He stepped back to the road where his father stood, watching as their men brought Aslod and to the ladder and then forced him to ascent, the man screaming at every rung. Something cracked in Wisted, and he lowered his gaze, a guttural noise echoing from his throat. You look troubled, Senol murmured, clapping his hand on his son's shoulder. Should I not be? Wisted asked. I never said that. Indeed, it is well that you are fearful of this ultimate punishment. No man should be gleeful about inflicting pain, Senol said. This is harsh and it is brutal, but it is justice, a warning to all would be regicides and poisoners. It does not feel like justice, Wisned muttered, rubbing the hem of Prince Senyor's cloak. We could have hanged him like all the other lords, or lopped his head off. Son, what we do today is not about you and your own heart. This man is a traitor to the crown he swore an oath to revere. You must be right, Father. This is about what's best for the realm, for the law, indeed, for all of us. An ear-splitting scream echoed through the air as Islad was placed upon the stake and allowed to sink upon the sharpened timber. Wisted hardened himself as he looked upon the man who had murdered the heir, the king, his friends of he and his father. He would not let himself look away until his stomach had settled and he could bear the burden of witnessing justice. Dun dun dun. First off, that was really good. I felt that.
First of all, that wasn't a fair trial. Second of all, we don't need that many details about somebody dying, okay? I am very uncozy right now. Very. I need mac and cheese and puppies. I don't care what the.
That was honestly, I like it. That was type of stuff I don't enjoy reading it, but it's the type of like narrative. It's tame to some of the stuff I've read in the past. But yeah.
No, Izzy is
My ass,
not okay.
my ass hurts, and then no, no. The instant I heard sharpened tree trunk, raising the sharpened tree trunk after the impaler saying I have a seat for you, I knew exactly what the fuck was going to happen. And we still had all this other stuff going. I'm sorry, I've watched The Last Kingdom. I'm sorry, I've watched Game of Thrones. I'm sorry, but oh my god!
That is not how you cure hemorrhoids. It might be how you cause them. And you know what? I hope the next time you sit on a wooden bench, you get a splitter in the wrong fucking spot.
Thank you, Julie.
You're welcome. I don't do it for everybody. Wait a minute. I do every Saturday night.
There was
By the way, keep
definitely
joining.
some hardwood involved, yes. Very pointed argument.
I mean, I understand we need to prove a point, but I don't think that's the point we need to prove.
We broke Izzy.
I broke Izzy. Okay.
We broke Izzy.
We broke Izzy. I mean, when they say, you know, a guy's got a tree trunk between his legs, I don't think that's what they
mean. No, I doubt that's what they mean. We're going to kill Izzy here. Do I need to go over there and check on her?
Well, if the hand falls, we know that there's no way for her to get up. So it's like, I don't think this is I've fallen, I've gotten up, I can't get up situation. I think this is I've fallen and I don't want to get up, because if I do, I'm just gonna fall back down. That was a yes. I see that. That's a yes.
Did we read some vampire S&M?
I think we did. Somebody got way too excited in the wrong fucking spot. It was definitely like tickling the back of my brain in the wrong fucking direction. Or coming from the wrong direction. Actually, I don't think anything was coming there except for splinters, but
I think it was tickling the backside of something.
Yeah, that was, you know.
Yeah, we definitely broke Izzy tonight.
This is going to be so much fun for Bitzer to do the recap with. It is going to be fucking hilarious.
I cannot wait to see what this... Yeah.
I don't even think the mortician's going to be like, oh, this one's from the impaler. Well, that explains why I'm picking wood out of the anus. Like, there's I mean, look, not everybody likes an asshole. This one apparently just plummets around them. You know, there's a difference between being hammered and being nailed. This is one of those things that I do not want it inserted within the rectum. I don't need certain things cultivating in my fucking colon. I don't think it's sanitary.
Now that I can breathe again, and I'm not coughing a lung up.
And there's Death's Head. Welcome back.
My Jesus Christ. This is going to be one hell of a watch back, Deaths. Oh my God.
That is very much a touche. I think we just got a clue into the next chapter from the author himself.
OMG. I swear to God. I swear to God. That came out of left field. Ugh. Where's my glasses? There's my glasses. Okay. And with that,
Field. Oh my god.
I believe this is one of the off the moment or off the rails moments that Pincer was trying to explain last night or getting us to explain last night. Guess what? We are off the rails. It's going to take us a minute. Once everybody can breathe again, we'll be back on and read the last story of the night. Yeah, no, we're not breaking Izzy like that. I mean, I'm pretty sure that would break anyone, but I mean, we're not breaking
Okay,
Izzy
what's
like that.
she looking down? Are you looking through all the comments?
oh God, the whole point has become the butt of the joke. Oh my God.
Here we go again.
I mean, when I say kiss my ass, I guess I really do have to mark the spot.
She
Oh my God.
I mean, talk about having a pogo stick problem.
I am never saying Jesus Christ on a fucking pogo stick ever again. Oh, missing some context? No, you are the context. You are the left, the right, and the center of the context. That said,
Literally the center. Literally the center.
Literally the center.
Because that was straight up the booger hole. Easy, catch, breathe.
Now, where's yours? Where's yours?
It's on the other side of the computer.
Breathe. Slow breath.
Slow.
No, you're not supposed to honk when you breathe out.
Oh God. Oh God. Drizzt. Oh my God.
Oh. I can breathe. I can breathe.
All those times that I said I like to bounce on poles, that wasn't the kind I was talking about.
Now we're gonna have to literally say not on the wooden ones.
Not on the wooden ones. No. Okay. I don't know if. Yes, we serve filth here. I don't even care that that's a SpongeBob reference. Wait. Oh Jesus. Nope. I almost said it. Jesus fucking. Sticks. We may need you unless Julie wants to read Nathan's.
I can't. Surprisingly enough, Sticks is the only one that hasn't barked off yet.
I know.
He said something higher up, I think.
Is that how this
We're
all
all
started?
broken. We're all broken now.
Yes, we still
Oh,
have sticks.
Yeah,
What happened?
but none of us can breathe and read the last
Hold on a sec.
submission. We need
I
you.
can't breathe.
Oh, okay.
I don't know where my inhaler is.
Okay, let me get in there and all right, just because I'm here does not give anybody permission to die. I want to state that up front.
We're not gonna die. You're the backup, so we can make it through the stream. We so appreciate you.
Okay. I apologize for the delay, folks. I'm getting my numbers organized. Okay, we have a submission from one Nathan Stark. This one is titled The Found Object. Marcus Hale found the disc on a Tuesday, which was fitting because Tuesdays were universally recognized as the day bad decisions wore disguises. The sky above the city glowed with its usual dull twilight, a permanent bruise stretching from horizon to horizon. No dawn, no noon, no sunset. Just the same endless violet gray haze hanging overhead like the world had forgotten how to change its mind. Nobody questioned it. Nobody ever did. Marcus certainly hadn't. At 36, his life had settled into a comfortable pattern of disappointment. He worked maintenance for the city archives, fixing broken pipes, replacing lights, and pretending not to notice the storage sections of the buildings employees weren't allowed to enter. His apartment smelled faintly of burnt coffee and loneliness. His social life consisted of occasionally nodding at his neighbor. Things were going great, which is exactly why he agreed to help clear out Warehouse 19. The building sat abandoned on the edge of the industrial district. The official records claimed it had been empty for 20 years. The layers of dust suggested it had been empty for closer to a century. Marcus moved through the cavernous interior with a flashlight. Broken shelves, rotting crates, collapsed machinery, the usual graveyard of forgotten things. His beam caught something metallic beneath a fallen cabinet. At first, he assumed it was junk. Then he saw it wasn't rusted. It wasn't dirty. It looked brand new. The object was a perfectly smooth metal disc about the size of a dinner plate. No markings, no seams, no scratches, nothing. The surface reflected his flashlight with almost mirror like precision. Marcus crouched beside it. Well, he muttered, you look suspicious. The disc sat silently, which, in hindsight, was probably the least suspicious thing it did all day. He reached out, touched it, and the world exploded. Not physically, mentally. Light. Blinding, impossible light. Blue sky, golden fields, clouds, a burning sphere hanging above the world. The sun. The word crashed into his mind like a freight train. Sun, sunlight, sunrise, day. His entire body convulsed. Images flooded him. Children running beneath blazing daylight. Mountains crowned with sunlight. Birds, clouds, colors he couldn't even name. Then came screaming. Thousands of voices, millions, all crying out for the same thing. We forgot. Marcus staggered backward. The disc slipped from his hands, the visions vanished. He slammed into a shelf and crashed onto the concrete floor. For several seconds, he simply lay there, gasping. His heart hammered against his ribs. His skin felt ice cold. What the hell? The words barely escaped his mouth. Then he noticed something. The warehouse wasn't empty anymore. Someone was standing at the far end, watching him. A silhouette, tall, motionless. Marcus blinked. The figure vanished. His stomach dropped. Every survival instinct he possessed suddenly stood up and began screaming. He grabbed the disc and ran. By midnight, he had convinced himself he was losing his mind. The problem was that insanity usually didn't come with evidence. Yet the disc sat on his kitchen table, silent, waiting. Marcus stared at it while drinking his fourth cup of coffee. His hands wouldn't stop shaking. Every time he looked away, he found himself staring at it again, like it was pulling his attention. His phone buzzed. A text from his neighbor, Ellie. You awake? Unfortunately. 5 minutes later, he stood in his apartment holding two beers. Ellie Brooks had the unique ability to walk into any situation and make it worse through curiosity alone. It was almost a superpower. What happened? She asked. You look like death got rejected and sent you back. Marcus pointed at the disc. Found that today. Ellie examined it. Congratulations. No, seriously. I am being serious. She picked it up. Marcus opened his mouth. Too late. The instant her fingers touched the metal, she froze. The beer bottle slipped from her hand. Glass shattered across the floor. Ellie's face turned white. Her pupils expanded. Her breathing accelerated. Then she whispered something. One word. Son. Marcus felt his blood turn to ice. Ellie dropped the disc. For several seconds, neither spoke. Finally, she looked up. Terror filled her eyes. Raw, primal, animal terror. What did we just see? Marcus swallowed. I don't know. Ellie backed away, slowly, carefully, as if the object might bite. Then she spoke the sentence that destroyed any remaining hope Marcus had that this was a hallucination. I thought I was alone when I found it. But the moment I touched it, I knew someone had been watching all along. Marcus stared. What? Ellie's expression shifted. Confusion replaced fear. What? You just said. Said what? Marcus stopped. Ellie genuinely looked confused, as though she had no memory of speaking. The room suddenly felt colder. Much colder. The nightmares began that night. Marcus dreamed of endless fields beneath brilliant daylight. At first, the dream felt peaceful, beautiful. But then he noticed the people, thousands of them, standing motionless, facing the sun, not moving, not blinking, watching. The sun grew larger and larger and larger until it filled half the sky, when Marcus realized something horrifying. The sun wasn't a star, it was an eye. An enormous, burning eye staring directly at him. He woke, screaming. 3:17 a.m. Every light in his apartment was on. The disc sat on his bedside table. He didn't remember moving it. Over the next week, things became worse. Much worse. People who touched the disc experienced identical visions, identical memories, and identical nightmares. A bartender, a librarian, a delivery driver, an elderly woman, every single one described sunlight. Every single one described being watched. Every single one eventually developed paranoia. Three disappeared. One committed suicide. Another clawed his own eyes out. Authorities blamed stress. Marcus wasn't convinced. Partly because authorities blamed everything on stress. Missing cat? Stress. Broken leg? Stress. Meteor strike? Probably stress. Meanwhile, strange things started happening around him. Cars parked outside his apartment for hours. Unknown numbers calling his phone. People staring too long. A man following him through a grocery store. The man vanished when Marcus confronted him, which was becoming an irritating pattern. Then came the first twist. Marcus discovered Warehouse 19 wasn't abandoned. It never had been. The records had been altered. Dozens of maintenance logs existed. Security reports, employee records, deliveries. The building had remained active until 6 months earlier. Someone had erased everything. Someone with access. Someone powerful. The final report listed one employee, Director Dr. Elias Voss. Marcus froze. The name felt familiar, too familiar. Then memory resurfaced. His father. His father had worked for Elias Voss 20 years ago, before his sudden disappearance. Marcus had spent his entire life believing his father abandoned the family. Now he wasn't so sure. The second twist arrived 48 hours later. Marcus broke into a sealed archive section. Inside, he found thousands of files. Most contained references to one phrase: the forgetting. The documents described a global phenomenon, a mass psychological event, something that occurred 72 years ago. According to the records, humanity once remembered the sun. Then, almost overnight, nobody did. Every photograph disappeared. Every video vanished. Every record altered. Millions forgot. Then, billions. The documents ended abruptly. All remaining pages had been removed. Someone wanted the story unfinished. Marcus discovered one final file hidden inside a locked drawer: a photograph. His hands trembled. The image showed a group of scientists standing beside a large machine. One scientist stood in front, smiling. Dr. Elias Voss. Beside him stood another man, Marcus's father. Written on the back, Project Helios Final Test. The date made Marcus stop breathing. It was dated 2 weeks after his father supposedly disappeared. That night, somebody broke into his apartment. Marcus woke to footsteps, slow, deliberate, moving through the darkness. He grabbed a lamp, the world's least intimidating weapon. The footsteps stopped. Silence. Then a voice emerged from the darkness, soft, calm, almost gentle. You shouldn't have found it. Marcus froze. The voice sounded familiar, impossible. The stranger stepped forward. Light from the hallway illuminated his face. Marcus nearly dropped the lamp. The man looked exactly like him. Not similar, not related, identical. Same eyes, same scars, same face. The stranger smiled. You really don't remember, do you? Marcus couldn't breathe. What are you? The stranger laughed. A tired laugh. A disappointed laugh. The kind a teacher gives before failing the entire class. I'm you. No. Yes. No. The stranger sighed. See, this is why the first version didn't work. Marcus felt the room spin. First version? Version? The words landed like bullets. Then the stranger looked toward the disc. His expression changed. Fear. Actual fear. You need to destroy it. Marcus stared. Why? The stranger's face darkened. Because it's waking up. The apartment lights exploded. Every bulb shattered simultaneously. Darkness consumed the room. A sound emerged from everywhere: walls, floor, ceiling, inside Marcus's skull. Millions of voices whispering together the same words over and over. We remember you. We remember you. We remember you. Marcus turned toward the disc. The metal surface glowed, not with reflected light, with something inside, something moving, something alive. The stranger backed away. For the first time, he looked terrified. Then, excuse me, then the disc cracked, a thin fracture appearing across its center. Gold light leaked through. Warm, brilliant, impossible sunlight. Real sunlight. The first sunlight anyone had seen in generations. The crack widened. The whispers became screams. Outside, across the entire city, alarms suddenly began blaring. People poured from buildings, looking upward, looking terrified, because for the first time in 72 years, something was changing in the sky. The endless twilight was breaking apart, and behind the cracks in the heavens, something enormous was beginning to look back. Something that had finally realized humanity remembered it, and it was coming home. The disk split completely open. Marcus stared into the blazing light. Then a hand reached out from inside, a human hand, his father's hand, and a voice emerged from the impossible brightness. One sentence, one horrifying sentence. Marcus, don't let the sun see you. Then the light went out, and something massive moved behind the sky. Dun, dun, dun.
Nathan, I just want to talk.
I'm sorry. Where's the rest of the damn story?
We just want to talk. Just want to have a nice little chat, a little conversation. Just a little chat. Just. Special thank you to the stylings of our ASMR TSV sticks.
Thank you, Sticks. Uh-oh. Oh, there she is. Nathan, yet again.
And on that note, let's go ahead and roll for next week. I got so much to say, but it's like it's not TOS appropriate. I'm pretty sure all the Impaler jokes weren't either, but I do. I got to draw the line somewhere tonight. All right, let's go ahead and roll and find out how people are gonna fuck with us this week. Izzy, you good? Are you ready?
Is she ever actually really ready for like whatever?
Am I really ready for life? No.
I don't think anyone's ready
Uh,
for life.
However, I do have the Hold My Pen Promptcast Discord logged in, and I have the weekly writing prompt up. Doc, what's the first candidate for fuckery?
110.
A character must decide whether telling the truth will cause more harm than silence.
Okay. Starting first line, number 8.
Line. I still remember the sound the glass made when it shattered.
That's too close to.
Yeah, I was about to say that's really close to that one we had a couple of weeks ago.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Should I go ahead and roll again for it?
Uh. Okay. Ad ends in 2 minutes. Okay. Hold on. Da, 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 da.
I vote we reroll.
I vote we roll.
Overwhelmingly reroll. Ad
Reroll.
ends in
Okay.
less than a minute.
$126.
And for the record, we're just deleting that one out the.
Yeah, that's fine.
You said 126.
Yes, ma'am.
A trail of breadcrumbs led into the darkened alley.
One more time.
A trail of breadcrumbs led into the darkened alley.
Okay. Just making sure I heard you right.
Oh,
All
you heard
right.
that right.
Yeah. Last one, number 57.
Use this dialogue. Is that blood? Is it yours? Concept. A character must decide whether telling the truth will cause more harm than silence. Line. A trail of breadcrumbs led into the darkened alley. And 3. Dialogue. Is that blood? Is it yours?
It
Don't
just doesn't
forget,
matter what the hell
June.
happens or which one's going to be fucking selected. We're gonna get some fucking weird ones this week.
We're going to get some weird ones this next week. And of course, as we know, we are heading into the last week of June's challenge, Lost and Found last month. Make the small things matter. Well, now what's lost, what's found, and what happens on the way between the two? Of course, this is just an extra little bit of a challenge to challenge you to uh, enhance your writing, think a little bit more critically. But of course, in the case of Doc, don't double guess yourself. Oh, Lord. Na 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 na. Like I said earlier in the well, stop that too. Don't make me hit you with the newspaper like I hit wait, was that you I hit with the newspaper earlier today, or was that Luna? I don't know. Y'all just trust yourselves a little bit more.
It was Doc we hit with the newspaper earlier.
Okay. Okay. Just trust
Looks
yourselves
like
a little bit more.
Concept's got a
That's
fucking leap.
and it sure does. And I'm hoping somebody goes back through and clips our reactions to death's heads. Because good
Oh
God.
yeah, I'm pretty. I'm going to go in the whole back end of that one. Yeah, we might get flagged for impaler jokes, but
I
it's
mean,
worth the risk.
it's worth the risk, especially when we get around to introducing Vlad. I'm
It
just
will
saying.
be.
It's just
Yeah.
that's a little Easter egg y'all can find out about later. There's no coming back from that. Oh my God. Okay, so now we need a
Literally.
Vlad the Impaler graphic that is now
Death's Head.
Death's Heads. People are
Death's Head
just
has
racking up custom emojis when the whole of everything a character must decide whether telling the
Yeah,
truth will
winner
cause
concept.
more harm than silence. It's so very rare that concept wins, and I enjoy it when it happens because that was the very first iteration of our prompt. Doc,
Okay.
I love you.
Well, thank you guys so much for being here tonight. We cannot thank you enough. If you are not subscribed to the newsletter to get the rundown by our resident Australian Fitzer, why the hell not? It's free. We don't spam you. Again, if you think this is crazy on a Friday night or even on a Saturday night for the whole My Pen Promcast, uh, you might want to look into getting into our server. Why? Because we're a fucking hoot and this is what we do on a daily. Not
And
necessarily
we're
make
way
busy or cash run out of hair.
it's a triple breathing issues night, and I don't think in the history of the Promptcast in any of its iterations has the entire panel been that fucked up over a story and unable to breathe. So, thank you once again to our in the moment clutch coming in strong, the technical support Viking. Um, thank you, thank you, thank you. That we couldn't do this show as we proved last night that this was never about just Julie or just me or just us. This was always about giving others a platform and a voice and we can't do it without you and we enjoy the fuck out of this every single weekend. Shar has literally like she said last night, she's literally become scheduled because of Saturday nights. She's got to keep track of the days of the week now. So again, we could not be where we're at without you guys, the authors, the writers, Sticks for his support, Bitzer for their support, Patrick, Shar, myself, Kesh, Julie. We could not do this without all of your help. And
Not even a little bit. I
and
mean,
I have to go
yes,
make sure that
Victor's
there's not a
redneck.
gnat. I gotta make sure there's not a gnat in my honey wine because this is
Gotcha.
the last of
Um,
it.
so, ooh. So any which way, let me go ahead and finish us off here because we have been on for almost 5 hours. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us. Thank you for being here. We couldn't do this without you every week. And you guys make it the best part of our week. Uh, whether we're bitching and moaning or we're laughing our asses off or we've got more chicken slash dick jokes to spread the word. Uh, it is definitely a exuberant time around these parts. But like I said, if you're not a part of the server, get a part of the server. If you're not a part of the newsletter, get a part of the newsletter. If you want to be featured on Friday night for Booked for Friday, there is a link for that as well. Also know that when that link does happen, you're going to need to uh watch out for an email straight from the HMPP email because that's how I will be responding back to you and getting your information to get you scheduled. Otherwise, be brave, be bold, but always stay humble. Keep your ass out of jail. Don't eat anything after 2 a.m. And please, please, please keep being the best version of your fucking self. We love you guys.
Too soon for the ass joke because, if you got to get your ass in jail, you better protect the ass.
Right.